inaugural function. So I request everybody on the outside, if I'm audible to you, I request all of you to please come and join us at the conference hall so that we could kickstart a fabulous day one. Once again, to everybody on the outside, we can get back to setting up the stalls, but I request all of you to come join us for the inaugural ceremony, and then we can get back to the expo. So here we are having the presentations and the panel discussions that will be kickstarted in the next few minutes. So I request everybody on the outside to kindly come and join us in the conference hall to start off Brewer Conclave 2022. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we are having a 3-day power pack event of panel discussion, technical presentations and workshops from the biggest national and international players and personalities in the brewing industry. And we will be serving as an education and knowledge hub which addresses several topics that include the challenges, the opportunities, the technologies and more through keynotes, dedicated workshops, technical seminars and more. With this event, we wish to give the beer the long-lost identity that it truly deserves. The sole purpose of today's initiative is to create a platform that will bring the entire brewing community of India together under one roof. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's kickstart Brewer World Conclave 2022. I understand it's a small crowd, but can I hear a big, loud good morning? Claps are okay. Can I hear a big, loud good morning? Come on, beer and brewing community, this is not the energy I expect from you. Are we set to kickstart Brewer World 2022? No, that's not enough. We have a very energetic team that has worked super hard to put this together. The least we can do is give some energy. So are we ready to kickstart Brewer World Conclave 2022? Fabulous. So with a thundering round of applause, let us kickstart day one of a fabulous event. All right? So ladies and gentlemen, like we all know, light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. So let us start off by lighting the lamp and invoking the blessings of God. May I please request the dignitaries and the co-founders.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Applause. May I please invite our co-founder and managing director, Mrs. Anita Raghunath.
Good morning. We are finally here. I'm sure all of you know that from a long time we've been discussing this event, trying to put this thing together, but COVID had some other plans. But I'm sure all of you today here are a victorious lot who has defeated everything and are here for Brewer Conclave 2022. Thank you so much. And I think that, like Nitya said, our MC, that the energy levels needs to increase because we still not had beer. So I'm sure it will be there in some time. So to start with, I would like to say we had a great journey with Brewer World starting from 2017 with the magazine. And then we realized that definitely it has a much potential to reach many more people. So we tried to convert it into a dedicated digital platform so that we can actually, try to reach our content to the international community too. So from there, the next progression was definitely to create a community event, which is the Brewer Conclave. And it is going to be, I'm sure, an interesting experience for you all. We have really worked hard to put this event together. Bringing an exclusive event for the beer industry in itself is a great platform. Would you agree or not? Yes. So thank you so much for that. And in these 3 days, you will see a lot of conferences in terms of good sessions. We have interesting people speaking. We have majority of all the good companies participating here in the expo. I would humbly say that we have made a small beginning, but our vision is larger and we know where we need to reach. And I'm sure with all of your support, we will be there very soon. Thank you so much once again, and I thank all my participants here, all the sponsors, and all the support we have received from all of you. So together we will grow. That is what we believe. And thank you once again. And let's start this session for the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Indeed, like ma'am mentioned, I actually forgot, guys, that the stalls are yet getting set and the beers have not started being served yet. Yeah, so I think I can expect a better energy post that. Okay, but let's start off with the panel discussion. We'll be starting the session with the panel discussion, the topic being the Indian beer industry outlook. So the panel discussion will get together the CEOs, the presidents, owners of the commercial beer brands, contract breweries, and micro craft breweries to address the growth opportunities, the challenges faced, trends witnessed for the beer industry in India. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to be welcoming on stage our panel moderator for the first session, Mr. Manu Mishra, founder, Khan Consulting. Over to you, sir. All right, let me take the honor to be introducing our panelists for the panel discussion. Welcoming on stage, Mr. Nakul Bhosle, CEO and co-founder, Great State Ale Works and President, Craft Brewers Association of India, Maharashtra Chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to be welcoming our first panelist, Mr. Nakul Bhosle. Invite our next panelist for the day, Mr. Ajay Nagarajan, CEO, Windmills, to kindly come and join us on the dais. Calling up Mr. Abhinav Jindal, founder and CEO, Kimaya Himalayan Beverages, LLP, to kindly come and join us on the dais. Kunal Patil to kindly come and join us on the dais. Up next on the panel, we have Mr. Mohit, founder and MD, Sevening Brews, to kindly come and join us on the dais, please. Up next, we have Mr. Gurpreet Singh, co-founder and director, World of Brands, to kindly come and join us on the panel. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Rohan Thakre, founder, Bad Monkey Beer, to kindly come and join us on the dais, please. Audience, can we hear a thundering round of applause for the amazing set of panelists that has joined us today for our first panel discussion. Over to you, Manu.
Good morning, everyone. We're starting off our first panel, which is where we're going to have a discussion on the outlook on the Indian beer industry today. Research reports claim that the Indian beer industry is looking at a growth of 9 to 10% CAGR till the year 2026. We've been impacted by COVID in the last 2 years, and the industry has seen its ups and downs. To kick off our BW conference, this panel will discuss growth strategies, government actions, target audience consumption, the role of culture and variant diversity, and their impact on the industry going forward. We've got representation from both craft and commercial beer on the panel today, and the goal will be to highlight opinions from both sides of the industry. So welcome to all the panelists here. I'm really happy to see all you guys here. I think let's just get right into it. Abhinav, if I can start with you. So Abhinav, you've been quoted on the fact that the government must provide an enabling environment for startups to flourish and a robust support system that helps smoothen creases. In light of the last 2 pandemic years, what, according to you, have been the eased regulations that have helped combat market slowdown? And going forward, what would be the regulations you would want to see changed?
That's a fantastic question that you put up. We have seen some states actually realizing and understanding that the pricing of fermented beverages compared to the distilled ones have to be corrected. And we saw quite a slew of states actually correcting the prices towards the end of the pandemic. Post, they had imposed certain COVID cesses on beer as well, and these cesses were obnoxious. I mean, they were very high. So price correction for fermented beverages and then giving a priority pricing regime to beer is key to find the kind of growth that we're looking for. Also kind of wean away from people from high alcohol distilled spirits, and so that's something that's the need of the hour, price corrections. Now, what has been done is not enough. So a slew of things need to be done, other than that. An immediate relief that the industry can expect is on the GST adjustments on our purchases. Now, we can't just be adding to the coffers of the state and still be paying GST and not get input credit for the same. And that's something that can set the tone for future.
Thank you, Abhinav. Ajay, if we could get your opinion on the craft sector.
Yeah, from the craft side, I think we all suffer a classic double taxation situation where we pay taxes on all the raw materials that come in, on the malt, on the hops, on yeast, and we pay import duty on that. And then you're taxed again when you sell it. So if the specialty malts and the hops are not available in India, why is there an import duty on it that is prohibitive? So if anything can be done on that front, it'll really help the craft brewers where there's easy access to raw materials. So we can focus more on making great quality beer rather than worry about the cost of the ingredients that come in. And then Maharashtra made huge inroads during the pandemic where craft breweries were allowed to distribute beer via growlers and growler bars and home delivery. I hope other states take notice and allow us to do that, and that will be a game changer for, at least for Karnataka and Bangalore, which is the craft beer capital of India. And here we just cannot distribute our beers, and it's just disheartening to be in this situation.
Kunal?
Well, Mr. Jindal and Ajay has covered most of it. But yes, certainly what I see is price correction and a clarity, I would say, in taxation is really is the need of the hour right now. Apart from that, of course, a few states enabling home deliveries during COVID, if they keep continuing that after COVID as well, that would also help a lot in the business growth. That's it.
Gurpreet, coming to you.
Okay, so everybody's focused on what we need to do. Let me try and ask ourselves a question on how we can do it. Governments at the end of the day need to make their money, and they look at industries like ours to squeeze out the maximum they can. Politically safer to do it, there's hardly any objection, resistance from the consumer, given the syntax, etc. It's easy to do it. Now, but it's like a hen with a golden egg, right? So they also want to squeeze it but not kill it. I think what could really benefit is if everybody got together and had structured ways of engaging with the government, the policymakers, on behalf of the Craft Brewers Association, Beer Association in total, and represented themselves on a periodic and systematic manner, strategically. Not, if you go to a government or a policymaker and go to him and say, hey, we need price cuts, he's going to look at it as, well, you're emptying my coffer, so I'm not going to do it. So what way can this group get represented with the policymakers, which shows benefit on both sides of the fence? And I honestly believe that low alcohol products like beers and wines are in a great place, culturally, politically, to demand what they are demanding. It just needs to be done in a far more structured manner, where they're represented with the right voices and the right, maths and numbers shown in, that the long-term benefits of doing this is sustainable for the industry and the government as far as revenue is concerned on both sides. At the end of the day, trying to get the consumers away from higher alcohol products into lower alcohol products is something that has been tried and tested world over. The policies do exist. One can look at it. One can look at it over a long-term point of view of what other countries have done in this regard, not just last year or 2 years ago, but over a 20-year period. And look at the metrics and see how it has benefited the consumer, the industry, as well as the governments who make money from us. That would be a great way to start the conversation.
Thank you. Rohan?
Yeah, so all has been said, but I would like to add that one of the things that a couple of states did for the price correction part was to reduce the duty. And indeed, they have benefited from that. Consumer has benefited. States have got increased revenue, and that is the only thing they are after. As well as government should be, more flexible with especially low alcohol beverages like beer or wine, in order to probably get out more innovation. And as an industry, we should also support these governments in order to, educate the consumers more, or better equip governments with the knowledge that they lack. So, and of course, like Ajay mentioned, Maharashtra was one. They showed flexibility. They allowed consumer to take beer in growlers. And hopefully that happens gradually and slowly reach out to more states. One thing I would like to add to all those points is we can encourage more consumers by, if government allows some departmental store or groceries, hypermarkets, like we have seen in developed countries, to allow sell beer or wines or, ready to drinks. So that would really help. That's all.
Thank you. Rohan, I'm going to stay with you for the next question. It's we're talking about growth strategy. You once said that selling alcohol in India is like selling alcohol to 29 different countries. Would you, when it comes to a growth strategy, would you look at a wider blanket strategy for growth across Indian geographies, at least for the next few years? Or do you rather have a segmented strategy that's tailor-made for each market? And how do these affect implementation?
So I would say we'll have to go with a hybrid model, wherein as a company, as a brand, we have one strategy or a concept, but accordingly to due to the geographical location and their policies, and the challenges we face, we'll have to make our ways. We'll have to change the strategies, and of course, while changing those to the specific geographical location, it's a tedious task and take some time and resources. So the implementation will take time. We'll have to do a deeper study for every geographical location. But yeah, it's going to work like a hybrid way. Unless government tomorrow says that it's like a one country, one policy. Till that time, we feel it's going to be the hybrid way.
Gurpreet, with your vast prior experience of getting beer into every city almost in every state of the country, could you shed some light on this?
Yeah, so the one country, one policy is a very interesting play, right? And a few exceptions were made to the GST rule, and alcohol, excise being one of the two, three, very few exceptions that were made. But the now what 7-8 year of experience that the governments have, the finance ministry has on GST, if it works across categories and commodities, then it should work for us as well, right? Now, it's just a function of what is the share the center and the government gets, complicated mathematics, I'm sure it can be figured out. But having done this for across industry, I think it's a great time for the policymakers to look at alcohol beverage industry and also see how they can bring it under the GST regime with existing trends of what each state government is currently making, and therefore, figure out your sharing policies. It has a lot of benefits, not just from a one country, one price point of view, but also from the point of view of the GST input-output taxation that this forum over here would typically be struggling from. They pay GST on all commodities they buy, whether it's glass or raw material, wet goods, dry goods, but aren't able to take benefit of that in their sales. Now, there are many ways one can do it, but you can never fully take benefit of that. Now, if this complex taxation regime could be resolved, I think it will make a huge impact on the industry. But yes, it's complex, it needs conversations between state and center governments. You know how those goes most of the time over here. But the time is ripe. This is the time when the economy is hopefully, in its little flux of not sure where it's headed. And everybody is looking at opportunities to try and make sure there is growth across industry. Like, you got to understand, governments don't want to kill an industry. They make money from it. So if it can be sensibly presented to them on how this benefits all the stakeholders, I'm sure those conversations will start and eventually get to where, well, most of Western world is.
Abhinav, your opinion on the hybrid strategy for attacking new Indian geographies?
So I have a divergent view on quite a few things. For one, I don't agree with the growth numbers that we've been quoting so often, that we've been growing at such a rate and we're growing at, and probably will be growing at about 10% CAGR for the next 5-7 years. I don't think so. If you look at the CAGR, the actual CAGR till about 2021, we'd actually be degrowing. And then I think in terms of actual numbers and liters, the Indian industry with the tertiary market would have actually degrown by about 10%. And that would be the weakest across the world. If we were looking at the next 5 years, and if we take the current scheme of things, how things are, and we just let them be, I don't think we'd manage anything beyond 3-4%. So growth has to come from some real action. As Gurpreet said, one part of that action is that we all get together, all like-minded people and our colleagues and friends and, in business, we need to get together and make a concerted effort to drive the policy in the right direction. Having said about the governments, we've seen in multiple states, especially in the South, how this industry has almost been killed. Last few years have just seen the degrowth rates being one of the highest ever. We need to see how do we get the availability to the consumer at the right price, at the right place. For me, I think the growth in short term or short to medium term can actually really be driven by availability, by working on the route to market. We still subpar in terms of kegs. We still do not have enough beer. We don't have the supply chain sorted out. So if we're able to sort these basic issues, a decent amount of growth can actually come in from there. Once we have that, then we can work out on strategies for different markets accordingly. And of course, one country, one price, great. I mean, it's a great dream. I mean, honestly, I don't see it happening anytime soon.
Ajay, with your expansion into international markets
Yeah,
as
the
well.
question was, is one style of beer or one beer, use one brand for the entire country, or do you differentiate? I think India is a really diverse country, and the northern part of India, there's a greater seasonal variability. There's a prolonged summer and winter the beer sales traditionally we've seen go down. So in the south, we don't have the seasonality. So lighter beers always work. In the metros, you see that people are well-traveled and a hoppy IPA is very well accepted, whereas tier 2, tier 3 cities, those beers don't do well at all. But the universal silver bullet that we've seen in the craft industry is the Hefeweizen, right? It sells everywhere. It's 60% of our sales is the Hefeweizen. And you bottle that and sell it anywhere in India is going to work, along with all the lagers. But the metros can absorb craft beer styles like IPAs and stouts and porters and all that we make. But I think we got to keep the seasonality in mind, and also the product that you put out in the metros is very different from what you put out in tier 2, tier 3 cities and the other parts of India.
So since you've spoken about variants, Ajay, I'll just start the next question with Kunal. One of the things that really stood out to me when I saw this panel being set up is that we all come from a different thought process when it comes to the variants of beer we're offering to our consumers. So for example, Ajay, of course, you are from the craft industry, you're the flag bearer of diversity. Kunal, Copter 7 has 3 variants currently, which basically address the broader key needs between them. And with Be Young, Abhinav, and of course with Bad Monkey, Rohan, you have just one key style that you're pushing out into the market, and possibly for deeper market penetration. So my question to you guys is, what are your thoughts behind these decisions that you've taken going forward, and how do you believe growth will come from this? So Ajay has already spoken about diversity. Kunal, if you could tell us about your 3 variant strategy.
You know, I mean, for us, it's very different. I mean, we went quite large scale when we started. And, you know, it's a dream to launch all kind of SKUs and all kinds of flavors, you know, crafts, wheat, IPA, stout, everything. But it's too much to do and manage at one level. So the whole idea was to launch with premium lagers. If you see, I mean, we've used the best imported malts, you know, the best blends to create this brew. And the further strategy is also to stick to the premium lagers and introduce them across the markets that we have launched. Then hopefully in next 18 months, you will see a lot of new variants coming out, you know, ranging from extension of lagers to going into craft. That's it for us.
Just to throw another curveball into that question, what about regular beers versus strong beers? We know that a lot of sale in India comes from the strong beer market. I know we have people here who build their business models on the same. So what do you guys think about that?
Sir, क्या है ना, passion चलने के लिए पैसा चाहिए ना पहले. So the money is in the commercial, your strong lager beers, okay? I believe, I'm not very sure of the numbers, but what I've seen is almost 90% or more than 90% of Indian beer consumption is your strong beers, you know? So I think starting with that can give you a very good base, you know, to build on your dreams and passion and introducing more and more craft variants in the future. I mean, and that's, as a strategy, if you see, that's what we have adapted and taken in Copter 7.
Abhinav, just as a stat, the growth figures that we've been talking about, they say that 60% of those figures by 25 will be strong beer.
By 2025.
I'm sure everybody would hope so. I mean, again, I don't see any trends per se that in the commercial space we'd have about 60%. I mean, craft, the strong beer space dropping from about 85% to 60%. Current trends don't portray that. But having said that, whatever be the space, I understand that there's a large set of consumers who have been drinking a particular variety or a style of beer for quite a period of time, and that too from a you know, a set stable of products. It's high time for you know, companies like us or others to up the game, give a better product to these consumers, to give them a better you know, option to enjoy themselves, and then bringing in the craft to the space is a better way to do it. And for us, I think the next growth would come from this space. We are pretty focused on creating products that set benchmarks ahead of the curve. Be Young did so with being the first crafted strong beer. And our next strategy, and you know, our Basmati Pilsner that we do in by the name of Yavira is another strong beer that we play with. And we'll continue to bring in products that will appeal to this set of consumers and will set benchmarks. And depending upon markets, as Ajay rightly said, seasonality, regionality, you know, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and so depending upon that, there will be fixtures of brands depending upon markets. Yeah.
Gurpreet?
So a couple of things I'm picking up from here. As far as mild and strong is concerned, you're right. 80% of the business sits in strong beer, but that as well is skewed. If you take out one state of Telangana, that number is 90-10, you know, strong to lager across the country. And Telangana also is because between mild and strong pricing, the way the duties are structured, there's a good 10-15 bucks difference over a period of time. It's come down to 5 recently, which is what caused the big growth coming into the lager mild segment. I know that about 50% of all commercial mild beers sells in one single state of Telangana. Now that's a huge number. But that's also an opportunity for a lot of the craft brewers who are largely playing in the mild segment, right, as of now. I think there's one opportunity is Telangana, which they need to try and, Karnataka is home of beer and all of that, but Telangana is such a huge opportunity along with Goa, two of the few markets which are very, very highly skewed towards mild beers. And if craft is, as of now, in its innovation and presentation skewed towards lager beers, mild beers, then those are two states one should focus on. The second thing is, considering that India is 80% strong beer and 20% mild, I think even in the craft beer space, there is need for a lot more innovation of beers that deliver on alcohol, you know. Yes, deliver on taste with all the innovation, but also deliver on alcohol. Even at the super premium or premium segment, you know, which is where Bud, Heineken, Ultra, etc. sell, and which is where craft also tends to compete at similar price points, right? We are seeing trends increasingly in Karnataka. If you look at the data for the last 3 years, the super premium segment, which is at the high price, if it's an indication to the craft manufacturers, is today selling more strong beer than mild. Now, when the question was going to be asked 10 years ago, we asked ourselves the same question. We said, you know, eventually these trends will change, economic progression, more visibility to what's happening in the world, more choice, will eventually start bringing mild beer to 60% and strong will come down to 40. We aren't seeing that. That's a fact. And we are increasingly seeing, even at a high price point, there is a preference to strong beer. So it's not just entirely economics driven. Maybe that's how it started. But I think there is some taste preferences that have been deeply entrenched today. Rather than change them over a period of time, take advantage of it.
Rohan, what about your 4 years, I think, one variant?
Yeah. So it all started out with, of course, we wanted to get into the industry, and what better to get a premium strong beer, and you know, that gets you the revenue. There's no rocket science behind that. It's simple. It gets you the revenue, gets you started, and so that, you know, you can start out with something, make consumer experience it, then eventually move on to different variant styles, maybe a mild someday, maybe something in craft. But as it has been discussed among the panelists, it is a strong market. It is going to remain like that for the better part of the decade. Craft, I don't know, we all need to understand, because India is a price-sensitive market, and craft goes out of the reach of most of the consumers. Most of the consumers, they don't drink to, you know, satisfy their palate. Probably they just drink to satisfy their thirst for a chilled beer, probably satisfy their hunger for alcohol. That will eventually change, but it will take a lot of time, effort from the industry collectively, so that we educate the consumers what they are having, how much they should have. Effort from the government in terms of being flexible so that we as brewers are more, we can innovate, we can experiment, but it at the same time doesn't hurt our pocket, we don't bleed, uh, and it should make business sense at the end of the day. So uh, that's one point why even crowd brewers are getting into the strong segment. You know, even 70-80% of revenues are coming from there. So it's going to stay like that, but eventually, yes, people will shift. Metros are shifting, but right now they can only take the support of the microbreweries to fulfill their palates.
Thank you. So for my next question, I want to talk about the per capita beer consumption in India. It's historically been low, but while it's still increasing, it is still low. Now, Kunal, one of Copter 7's core beliefs is embracing challenges. My question to you is, do you look at this as just a challenge or also as an indicator of major growth? And if so, how do we bring this number up responsibly? I mean, I'm trying my best, man. I'm trying
Responsible
my
bringing,
best.
yes. So I'll tell you, you know, I mean, this I've been speaking to quite a few people whenever this discussion comes up. If you see everything in India, we adapt and we follow the Western culture a lot, okay? Let it be fashion, let it be electrical. I mean, everything comes there first and then we adapt it and slowly we take it into our culture, okay? And one of the biggest motivators for myself and that I see for the industry is that if you see in the West, the largest consumed alcoholic beverage would be beer and then wine and then spirits. In India, it's totally ulta. Okay, the highest selling alcoholic beverage would be your spirits, in which, of course, whiskey takes the toll. The number 2 would be beer and number 3 will be wine. So I think in next coming 5 to say, I don't know, 3 years, I'm not sure what's going to happen, but in the way things are changing and the outlook of people is changing, beer has, the per capita consumption of beer has to grow, number 1. One more thing I wanted to add over here is, lately during this COVID, I'm sorry if I'm, so lately during the whole time of COVID, we've seen a huge change in the consumer pattern across alcoholic beverages, okay? I'm not talking particularly about beers over here. But the thing is, and it's in across all the segments, you know, fashion, kuch bhi, people are spending more, people are going more towards the luxury. Maybe the BMW sales must have gone much higher. I'm not sure, but this is what I'm feeling, you know, when I'm looking around and what's happening. So this will also add. Why? Because people are more open to explore new things, new varieties now, compared to what they were, you know, I mean, in last 2-3 years, the industry has changed a lot. Okay? And this is 100%, I'm very sure, I'm banking on this, that this is the right time to be in the industry, honestly, you know. And in next 5 to, the industry has just started ticking, you know. It is going to explode in a few years. 5 years maybe. 2-3 years mein kuch nahi hona hai.
Thank you. Ajay?
Yeah, I think if you look at how beer is marketed in the Western world, craft beer and beer is associated with something. So light beer is associated with sports and doing something outdoors. On a hot summer day, you always want a beer. And we are, in the Western world, they're trained to think like that. I mean, if it's a hot day, you want a beer. So we need to spend more on marketing and create that aura of that, oh, this is what beer is for. If you're tired, you went out, you went to the gym, you played, okay, I finished with a beer. Second is we don't talk enough about pairing beer with food. So there's enough opportunity there. We see it in the restaurants, in the brew pubs that we run, where there is beer and food pairing is not talked about, and there's ample opportunity there. Just like how wine is talked about. And we realized this also when we started Windmills in Dallas, Texas. Hefeweizen goes really well with Indian food, and it continues to be 60% of our sales is Hefeweizen, even in a evolved market like the US. Wow. So that's the learning from there, is that we just don't do enough to pair beer with food, and that's one angle that we can explore. We can, at the end of the day, beer is a FMCG product. It's about marketing. If you market it right, I'm sure it'll grow, and there's enough opportunity for everyone.
Two things I always love hearing. Let's spend money on quality and R&D, and let's spend money on marketing. Abhinav, your thoughts?
If you could, kind of rephrase the question for me and,
So essentially what we're talking about is how do we get the per capita beer consumption up in India, considering it's been historically low, and while it's increasing, we still have a long way to go. And should we look at that as a growth opportunity?
So definitely, this is, that's the easiest stat to look at for growth opportunity. But to be honest, it's a sum total of all the discussions that we've had till now that would drive the per capita consumption up. I think a big part, just similar to what Ajay just said, is catering to individual needs and how well can we align our communication to get the consumer to start drinking that particular product. So for us, at least at Kimaya, we are extremely big supporters of individualism. Whatever we do, our campaigns, our associations are all about you as an individual, and we kind of promote everything that you stand for, and we like to get associated with it. We've tasted success. Our numbers have been doubling in spite of the pandemic year on year. We are bang on target for doubling our numbers again this year. So I think it's a very great suggestion that has come in. You need to link yourself to those individual choices. Yeah.
Gurpreet?
I'm going to step back. Just let's look at the macro picture here. Yes, per capita consumption of beer is very low. This is one of those countries where spirits outsells beer. And in states where country spirits is available, it outsells spirits as well, right? So it is a reflection of economics. It's a reflection of what people want at the price they want it. If you start breaking down that number by the pure alcohol that goes into beer, wine, spirits, yes, forget the 2% per capita we have. On an actual spirit basis, it's a decimal number, right? Now, but that is reality. Now let's look at what's happening to India as a country, culturally, politically, economically. The economic outlook to the country, and I'm not talking 1 or 2 years, but I'm talking from a long-term point of view, is fairly robust. We've found the economy of the country has been resilient, it's growth-oriented, so there will be growth. You would have ups and downs for various other, things that happen in the world. But on an overall, if I look at a 20-year horizon, is the economy well stated to grow? Yes, it is. Now, when that happens, what's going to happen? You will have consumers who will have higher disposable income. We have already seen in the last 10 years a huge shift to how people are spending. And it is estimated that over the next 10 years, there will be a 4x change in disposable income because people aren't spending that much on asset creation. Either it's already been created by the previous generation or the young generation doesn't see value in it. There aren't enough people who want to today necessarily buy a house and a car, right? That's the 80s and 90s thinking. So disposable income is surely going to grow, irrespective of how much the economy grows. The question is 5%, 10%, but disposable income within that is going to multiply, right? The other macro factors that are taking place is for job prospects, there's a lot of movement that's happening from various parts of India to the parts of India where jobs are being created. The side effect of this is it's creating more nuclear families, more single living. The moment that happens, culturally it gives an opportunity to such households have far more occasion and reason for consumption of alcohol beverages in their houses, which otherwise in traditional cultural Indian setups is always a question mark. Therefore, India has the abstinence levels of 66%, which is one of the highest in Asia. If you keep aside the set of countries which for religious reasons have very low consumption levels, right? Now those are macro factors. Also keep in mind that we have a young age population, one of the youngest in Asia. We are adding to the legal drinking age, a population number which is the size of Australia's total population every year. So all the macro factors are extremely positive for alcohol beverage in general. The question then comes to how does beer take advantage of this over and above spirits, because that macro factor of spirits always being preferred more than beer will remain, right? Now, I don't know yes, innovation at a microbrewery level, at a craft level will help, but you're still speaking to a very, very small segment of the society. Yes, internet penetrations are higher, data costs have come down, so people are that much more aware of global trends, beer trends, taste trends. So there will be experimentation. Innovation from, esteemed colleagues over here will really, really help. But I think the bigger question is if overall beer can start asking consumers questions which start slowly breaking down cultural barriers and creating more occasions for consumptions, that can go a really long way for beer as a category overall. And within that, whether it's an innovation in mild or strong or craft or whether it's Hefeweizen or IPA, they'll all benefit. But I think the bigger question is, can beer as a category start asking questions which can start breaking down cultural barriers? That's a big investment. It's a long-term investment. You will not see gains and benefits in the near future. But if you want growth on a long term, that's where you need to do.
Thank you. Rohan?
Yeah, so I can say make it is a lifestyle drink probably. Like, probably roaming around Europe, you would see people having beer for lunch. Yeah, I understand that's a mild beer, 3%, 2%, 4%, not 7, 6, 8. But yeah, and how do we make it as a lifestyle drink? Market it, make that aura. Plus, it's a very regulated business. So, somewhere down the line, the government will have to, the states, respective states, they'll have to deregulate it. The more you regulate something, the more, people want to do, I don't know, people find loopholes, people do stuff. The more it's available to the consumers freely, I think the more consumers are going to get hand over it. It's a price sensitive market. So we also need to take care of the price issues that we have been discussing today. So the government role comes in. All in all, we have a good potential looking at the, be it disposable income, be it the population growth, be it overall economic growth of the country. But if certain things are not, not taken care of, we may not fulfill that potential as an industry. So the industry collectively, along with the government, will have to take certain steps in order to take this where we feel the potential really is. So, let's be more flexible. We can be innovative as much as we want, but at the end of the day, what will innovation do if it's not supported by the proper infrastructure, proper resources? And and the brands also need to be omnipresent nowadays with this digitalization happening. But that's a separate topic altogether, so let's not discuss that. So yeah, in short, let's make this a lifestyle drink to increase that per capita. And
Sure.
Now, since he raised the question of lifestyle, the marketing animal in me got woken up. When I was talking about breaking down cultural barriers, and he spoke about making it a lifestyle drink, lifestyle to me is still a little, top of the pyramid. How do you appeal to the broad mass of the beer consumer? Now, culturally, all alcohol is seen to be evil. Can we make beer the lesser evil? And that's important in what we say in marketing, as well as in how we pitch our stories to regulators and policy decision makers. From a marketing point of view, can we start asking questions such as, two friends sitting Tuesday evening, and the guy suggests, let's go have a drink, and he's like, it's Tuesday. Who drinks alcohol on a Tuesday? So, but beer is beer. It's not alcohol. Can you start positioning beer closer to soft drink? Can you start asking those kind of questions, right? And when you do that, even policymakers will see that you are positioning beer away from alcohol and making it culturally more acceptable, which allows them to make it, from a political point of view, that much easier to make policy decisions on, which aren't questioned by, opposition or general public. We talked about Maharashtra and doing, very policy-friendly measures in the past. There's one policy they came up with sometime in 2006, 7 or 8, called beer shoppies. Now, licenses for alcohol for a retail outlet are expensive. It's cheaper to start a little startup of your own than try and own 5 licenses. That's the cost of the licenses, especially in state like Karnataka. But the policy they came up with is said, okay, so don't sell spirits, sell only beer and wine, and the license costs, well, 1/20th of what it normally costs. It allows you to then rapidly expand distribution for beer and low alcohol products. And I recall and Maharashtra has been a state which has had very little growth in alcohol beverage, but for about 5 to 7 years, we were seeing rapid double-digit growths on beer just on account of this.
Thank you. So for my last question, I'd like to talk a little about culture. Ajay, with your brand being a flag bearer for collaborations, cultural associations, music, I wanted your opinion, of course, everyone else on this panel, when I asked what the impact of pop and countercultural associations is with beer. And according to you, how will that help drive industry growth? It'd be great if you could give us an example of any such association that worked very well for your brand.
Yeah, so as windmills, we always believed in flying under the radar. We never went out and advertised ourselves that here's a great beer brand that you want to come and have the best beer here. It was almost a process of self-discovery and saying, okay, I want to find out what the people who come and seek us out, dead-end street, nobody knew where we were, but we kind of created that cult culture, and that's what craft beer is all about. To create that niche audience, people who seek you out, and we always call that we are loved by few, not liked by millions. So that's a culture we kind of create for our brand, and craft beer is often a manifestation of the personality of the brewer and the ownership, and we hope that that comes out in our brand. And we win over one customer at a time. When we started in 2011, 2012, we had a lot of consultants who told us that all you have to make in India is a lager, Weizen, and a dark lager, and that's what sells in India. And we said no at that point, that in 3 years, people will not come into windmills and ask for a beer. They will ask for a golden ale or a Hefeweizen or a stout. And we did that. So this is a long journey. It's labor of love. It's a cultural change in India, and we are glad we are pioneering it, we are part of it, and we'll just win one customer at a time and be at it.
Thank you. Kunal, can you shed some light on this? I mean, you guys launched with one of the biggest icons of the country with MS Dhoni. So,
well, coming back to the other question also and answering this one as well, the way, if we promote the beers, as Mr. Gurupit said, that it has to become, not taken as an alcoholic beverage and more closer to a soft drink, right? And associated with sports, music, we were just discussing while I was here on the way from the airport that how festivals like Tomorrowland, AD, and everything is changing, And the problem is you don't have any great festivals in India happening. Just imagine if there were good music festivals happening in the daytime, okay? And, the beer consumption is happening over there. I've been in France where my wife has been shopping on the streets and I've been taking beer from the can while she's shopping, So, yes, that cultural change needs to come in, and if we are, allowed to market it more freely, we should associate with daily things like sports, music, dance. I would also say shopping, because that's something great that I've done when I've been in Europe. So drinking beer and shopping in stores and walking on the streets, So that's it. It is a very important angle that would help the beer industry to grow.
Abhinav?
So I think these associations have worked greatly for the beer industry across the globe. You've examples, there are examples galore of all larger or to medium brands associating themselves with sports, pop, culture, and then we can, look at any of the larger events in the world where it's more beer than spirits being associated with all kinds of events. We espouse that very closely, and our associations with music, fests, and adventure sports has really helped us. We get our set of consumers who are young at heart and who feel passionate about anything at all, and when we're right there with them, associating in things that they espouse. So I think this association has worked extremely well. It is a time-tested method, and I think it can really work well for all the brands here in the country.
Gurpreet, as someone who's anchored cultural associations for a brand that showed pretty much all of us how it's done for a couple of decades, your points, your thoughts, and some cool examples, if you will.
Sure. Yeah. As far as associations go, they do really help beer, alcohol for that matter, connect with a certain clientele, certain consumer, especially the young consumer, very well. Music has helped a lot of beer brands do that. And sports is the other thing. I mean, I remember a time when all associations debated and discussed there are only two choices. There's cricket and there's Bollywood, right? But it's good to see that especially the alcohol beverage brands over the last 10 years or so have taken up the spirit of music very well, looked at not just music in general or in generic, because there's a lot of subcultures within music, and attracted their consumers, their clientele through associations with them. 20 years ago, Sunburn was impossible. Today, it's a reality. It's been happening for a decade. It's a decent enough festival, large enough numbers. Hopefully, they'll be back with a bang the way they always have been. We participated that in a big way. I remember somewhere in mid-2000s when an EDM artist was coming to India, and I chose to sponsor it. In my management committee, brand review meetings, I was laughed away, saying like, the name itself sounded so funny, Infected Mushroom, what the hell is that? But 10 years later, nobody would ask that question, right? We were spending crores of rupees in supporting music and EDM because culturally it took off and you had to participate in it. But it's becoming expensive. So I think for the smaller the brand, the more targeted and microsurgical in approach they need to be. And for them, it becomes even more important to understand cultures and subcultures and attract consumers through targeted approach. Because you will have the bigger brands like Kingfishers and Budweisers who will take over, the larger music festivals. They can afford to have a brand ambassador, tie up with a Bollywood star or a cricket star, unless you come up with an innovative white labeling idea like they have and, take one of the biggest icons of India and get him to support their brand. But these smaller brands really need to be far more surgical in their approach. And I think for them, understanding cultures and subcultures as far as association becomes even bigger. And they're already doing it through the route of product, you're right? Through the innovations that they're creating with the different kinds of products that they are launching, whether it's in microbreweries or in packaged good of craft breweries, beers. They're already trying to understand what are the emerging taste segments and what are the subcultures within the product category. If you can just marry that innovation and understanding of subcultures in the product category to innovations and understanding of subcultures in sports and music, I think you can have a marriage that can become very, very strong, really help them build their brands.
Thank you. Rohan?
Yeah, so these, associations with, be it this culture that you mentioned, or let's just say entertainment events, sports events, music fests. So big brands have been doing that world over, and that has driven the growth. That has worked for them. Why we can say that these fests are mostly driven by youth, or I would say, people who have come out to enjoy. They enjoy how they enjoy. Beer is one part of it. India, it is happening, but all thanks to COVID, everyone had to take a step back. But hopefully, we'll see more of this, more associations driving the growth, at least in the urban areas, if not in the Tier 1, Tier 2 cities. But yeah, such things, such as associations, will drive the growth for the beer, and hopefully, we see that happening soon.
Thank you. So that was a lot from us. I'm going to open this up to the audience now. We'll take a few questions before we close this panel. So if anyone has any questions for anybody on the panel, do speak now or forever hold your peace.
If I could just... Thank you, sir. Audience, do we have any questions? That was definitely an interesting session.
I was wondering if we were so thorough that we answered everything in advance.
Hi, I'm Sam Freeman from the Australian Government, and so you were talking about Bollywood and cricket as being industries that, when I first came to India, someone told me there's 3 industries to get into: Bollywood, cricket and weddings, that you can't not make money in those industries. How can we get kind of the tradition of there always being a bottle of whiskey at an Indian wedding and turning that into having beer as like part of the experience at a wedding, to kind of grow the industry, build more experiences around weddings and beer?
Who'd like to take that one?
You need to bring in everything, right from Punjab to culture to it.
Yeah. Now I'm trying to figure out how do I get that North Indian guy who likes to keep a bottle of Shivas on his head and dance at the end of the wedding to shift to beer. That's a tough task. But yeah, it really boils down to how do we make that cultural shift, and nothing is going to happen overnight, right? Now, when beer manufacturers start having conversations which allow beer to move away from alcohol and closer to soft drink, they will make themselves culturally that much more acceptable. At the end of the day, all weddings across India have all kinds of people, right? So you have the elders, you have your peers, you have the younger kids, and there are enough number of places I have been to where there is no alcohol served at all at the wedding, which is where the concept of karobar came up. Because there will be some young dude who will have a car with his boot stacked with booze in the parking lot, which we'd all open and then sneak our drinks and come back in there and pretend like we, just went for a walk. So if we can make the category culturally more acceptable, I think the low alcohol opportunity that beer has will make it more acceptable to being in occasions like at Indian weddings, and therefore not needing to sneak away a drink, but a beer and a low alcohol or a wine is okay to have on the table while your parents and elders are also there. It may take a while because there is a generation which is completely shut to the idea, but the cultural shift that's happened in the last 10 years will take only 5 years for it to double, right? That's how quickly the world is evolving, thanks to connectivity and easy access of data, internet, mobility, and all of that. So culturally, our generation is already accepting alcohol on table, even on such occasions, which means it's a matter of time before which it becomes that much more acceptable. The key question over here is, how does beer win within that opportunity that the cultural shift that is anyway organically taking place, how do they win within that? And I really think that is a function of the kind of conversations we have, the marketing stories we sell, the associations we do, the product innovations we make, and also therefore impacting policymakers, which will all come together to make beer that much more acceptable at every table. And hopefully we'll see that old uncle with a bottle of beer on his head dancing instead of the Shivas.
I would just add to that, and I'm seeing that happening, and this is happening pretty quickly as we speak. What is also required apart from the acceptability is the accessibility. And this accessibility is what is going to drive this. We keep on getting inquiries for beer on tap, fresh beer on tap in weddings, and this is really becoming a rage. So once we have enabling provisions, we have the accessibility and we work on that. Instead of being, how well can we get the beer to the end consumer? And I think that's going to drive more of this business. And for us, I think that's the future.
Thank you, guys. So I think we'll close. Oh, please, Anil.
Hi. I just want to ask this panel that, there's been a huge debate on craft versus commercial all the time. And, we, from being a neutral platform, we always tell people that I think first we need to work on beer as a concept and, not fight within the category and not achieve anything out of it. So how do you all see this difference, and how do we bridge the gap between these differences, which will be useful for the beer as a category? I would like Gurpreet to answer that first, because I think Gurpreet, from a commercial point, I've always seen this, craft is looked upon like a kid in the, so it's like, okay, it's okay, fine. We are not worried about that.
Yeah, see, the commercial beer manufacturers in India for a long time, ever since craft happened, have been debating amongst themselves on how do they get in. They understand the opportunity, they understand the consumers' changing taste preferences, and they also understand that if they don't play that segment, they're going to be left out. Eventually, that segment will be big, and it will impact their bottom lines and top lines. So when the first microbrewery came in, for a long time, we actually considered and debated, can we get into the whole pub brewery space under our brand, and therefore tie up with somebody to help us create this. And then we backed out of it, saying, at the end of the day, we are beer manufacturers. This is an F&B business. We don't understand it. It's not our space. So we walked away. But then the next innovation happened when craft in bottled and can started getting imported into India and then getting manufactured in India. And at that point, we really had to ask ourselves the question that now it's here and in a format that somebody else has shown it can be done. The only challenge that these large commercial manufacturing units have is they were built to scale, and they weren't built to have small size tanks to make small batches to small consumer taste segments. So that's where they lose. But they have been studying it very closely, and 2-3 things are going to happen, and some of them you're already seeing them happen. They are looking at craft as a category and now dissecting it further to understand where is the opportunity to get into slightly larger batch manufacturing. So when we were debating at United Breweries, what is the opportunity in craft, we realized that at that stage in 2018, I think this discussion was, there isn't yet a sizable craft opportunity, but there is a sizable opportunity in an adjacent category called wheat beer. Because we were observing that at microbreweries, about 50-60% of what they sold was wheat. The answers were clear. It is close enough to lager. It's a little different. So, it was working. And now I would think there are a bunch of other categories which are also developing. But that was the question we asked and we answered. And we said, OK, so we don't get into craft. We'll get into wheat beer. And we started experimenting with wheat beer products. And eventually, UB ended up launching a wheat-style product which could be made at scale. But I can tell you this, it's a great opportunity for craft beer community, whether it's in the microbrewery space and especially if they are in the packaged goods space, because every large manufacturer is studying them very, very closely. The guys who can create a brand, connect with consumers, and it's not so much about how much volume they have, but it's about strength of product and strength of community building. Every large manufacturer is looking at who do we tie up with, who do we buy out. And there's going to be a lot of that. There'll be a fair amount of consolidation. Craft is only poised to grow. So there is a lot of money around the corner. Just hang in there and keep doing the good work you're doing.
Just to add to that, sorry, just to throw a stat that I came across, which I was going to use on another panel, that the sort of growth figures that are being talked about in India, craft is the fastest growing segment there, and it's supposed to grow at a rate of 108% in the next 4 years. Sorry, Ajay, you were saying.
So in a mature market like the US, craft beer is 12% of all beer sales. There are 9,000 craft breweries, but they account for only 12% of all beer sales. So nobody needs to worry about each other, right? Everybody has their own category and you have your own space. The problem with craft is that once you start mass producing craft, it's no longer craft. So you got to be careful there, and there are different animals, different processes, different personalities. But craft has its own space. It'll never be mass market beer, and mass market will never be craft beer. So you got to understand the space that you're in and be there.
Just to come back to the question, actually, we got a little digressed. And I think it's very important that all of the craft, whether it's from the micro or from small batch manufacturers or packaged, we need to come on a platform and ensure that our voice is unanimous, it's in a positive direction, and adds value to the industry as a whole. We've not been able to create a voice that will add value over a period of time to the businesses that we have created, the brands, the love that we have garnered from a consumer, and how do we make it better? So I think just to answer you, we all, I think and this is a great platform, and I think kudos to Brewers World for bringing us together. At least we'll have an opportunity to forget about everything else and then, you know, share a beer together and then probably get together and say, okay, let's make a new chapter, you know, of a craft beer association that kind of encompasses all smaller to mid-sized craft brewing companies. And I think that's what is the need of the hour.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's what we were trying to address it, you know, because we want, Brewer World definitely believes in the concept of beer and we want everybody to be there together and, you know, rightfully work for the cause. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Oh, I think we have one more question in the back.
Hi, this is Kritika. I'm not sure how relevant this question is here, but I wanted to know how the Russia and the Ukraine war will be impacting the entire beer industry, and more specifically to me as a consumer, how much more will I have to pay, things like that. Because I'm a housewife, and you know, housewives generally, like, we calculate everything to the last rupee, and I'm very concerned. And it might sound selfish, but if I could have an answer for that.
So number one, fuel prices have gone up. So our cost of importing malt and all other raw materials have gone up by almost 40%. And that is going to be passed on to the consumer, unfortunately. Right? There's no way around it.
So I think it's a much larger issue, and I'll probably try and sum it up in a few sentences. One, we do not have the barley that we need in this country, the kind of barley that we need. And we need to come together and have an agro program that kind of supports farmers to grow the kind of variety of barley that then helps us to create better beers, and we don't have to go to Europe to import our barley malt. That's one. Point two is hops. We don't have hops in this country. We also need to look at where and how we do get our water. End of the day, beer is water, and how and what quality of water we're using is that what impacts your quality. But to come back to the pricing, the world is on fire. Ukraine with Russia supplies about 30% of the world's barley. We've already, even pre-war, looking at about a huge 12 million tons kind of a shortage globally, and which is now further accentuated. Barley is doubled. There's no way that any of us can produce beers without barley, and there's nothing. There's nothing available. Also, metals, commodities, glass, everything is on fire currently, partly due to the Russia-Ukraine war, and it's I don't think in short term we have any answers to that. We are equally victims, and you know, our prices are set once we go to the governments for, of course, micros. We can adjust, but once you're packaging craft beer, your prices are set for the year, and you have to absorb those cost increases. So yeah, grin and bear it. We'll all share a beer and kind of move forward for the time being. I hope that answers.
Are there any other questions? Yes.
So not really a question. Sorry, my name's Kieran Caramel. I'm also from the Australian government along with my colleague Sam. If you want barley, come talk to me. We got plenty of it in Australia and it's the highest quality.
I hope I get the last year's prize.
Okay, so I'd like to thank every one of our panelists for making this an extremely engaging session, shedding light on a lot of topics, and just hitting it out of the park for the first panel itself, guys, like giving everyone a lot to think about. I also believe that change starts at home, so I think we should all head over and have a beer for breakfast. Cheers, thank you so much for joining us here. Thank you, everyone.
That was indeed a super edifying and an interactive panel discussion. May we have a big, big round of applause for every panelist that was a part of today's discussion. I would also request all of you to give a big hand to our moderator, Mr. Manu Mishra, who conducted it seamlessly. So big round of applause to the entire team for putting. Well, now it's time to move on to the next session. After a stunning panel discussion that we had, now we will be having a presentation that will be regarding the beer-soluble hop compounds, translating raw hop aroma to finished beer aroma. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to be welcoming on stage Mr. Brian Pierce, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, Yakima Chief Hops.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josh Wurzbacher. Brian Pierce, unfortunately, couldn't make it today. I'm coming in his place. Again, my name is Josh Wurzbacher. I'm a regional sales manager for Yakima Chief Hops. Yakima Chief Hops is a 100% grower-owned hop company. We're the largest grower of American hops. Today, I'm going to be presenting some research on some survivable compounds that we've discovered. Before we get to that, I just want to say that the way we came about this research is because we are a company of innovation. We believe that a culture of innovation is very important. We've worked very hard to expand our research and development and our in-house laboratories. And it is with this expansion of our laboratories that we were able to discover some water-soluble hop compounds that we've also identified among a variety of hops. If there's one thing you take away from the presentation today, it is survivable, water-soluble compounds. Through this research and development, we've been able to utilize some cutting-edge hop analysis techniques to study and detect the maximum potential for the aroma hops. We do this by doing gas chromatograph studies, and we also harvested over 40 million pounds of hops last year. This gives us a huge data set to look at. So we're able to not only look at certain compounds, but look at a huge breadth of hops to discover which hops and from what state have the highest amount. There are over 1,000 different compounds in hops. They are not all fully understood, but we are beginning to get a good grasp on a lot of these compounds. They're typically made up of two kinds, either terpenes, which are hydrocarbons, made up of monoterpenes or sesquiterpenes, and then there are oxygenated derivatives, whether they're esters or monoterpene alcohols and sesquiterpene oxides. Nope. So terpenes make up the bulk of your hop oil. It can be up to 75% of the total oil, mostly in myrcene. Myrcene is the most prevalent. Myrcene tends to be woody, and honestly, it is a polar compound. It is not survivable. It will not survive heat. It will not survive yeast interaction and CO2 off-gassing, so it will volatilize out of the beer. Farnesene, humulene, pinene, anything that ends with E and E, we have an expression at Yakima Chief, if it ends with ene, it won't make the scene. Farnesene tends to be woody, humulene tends to be grassy and herbal, pinene tends to be very pine and bark-like, and caryophyllene is woody and cedar-like. But the good news is that these compounds tend to not make it into finished beer. But what compounds do make it into finished beer? Survivable compounds, again, we're talking about solubility. So these are nonpolar compounds made up of monoterpene alcohols, soluble esters, and polyfunctional thiols. It's through the research that we've done in our laboratory that we were able to identify these compounds and which hops are high in them. And then also what these compounds taste like. And typically they present very fruity and pleasant aromatics. The first ones we'll start with are terpene alcohols. These are the most studied compounds, geraniol and linalool. Geraniol and linalool tend to be the bulk of these compounds in hops. Geraniol Geraniol is derived from the term geranium. It tends to be very floral and fruity-like. This is one of my favorite compounds. Commonly survives the boiling process. It will also survive whirlpool additions. It's thought to be at least partially transformed into beta-citronellol. Geraniol, linalool, which we'll talk about in a second, citronellol, and nerol, these are all considered the 4 rose oils. They're very chemically similar. They all present very fruity, citrus, and floral flavors. And as you can see through our research, we've identified that Talus and Sabro and Centennial are very high in geraniol. Linalool, this is my absolute favorite compound. This is often described as smelling and tasting like Fruit Loops, very orange and lemon lime. This was the first hop oil ever discovered in beer. It's commonly used to fragrance, cleaning products, bath and beauty products. Some hops high in linalool also act as very good boosters in a dry hop beer, where you could use 10% of a hop that's high in linalool just to help elevate a lot of other pleasant aromas. And you can see from the chart that laurel and citra and crystal are all very high in linalool content. Then we have esters and ketones. This is the 3rd most abundant class of essential oil compounds, making up around 15%. This is found in the bracteole and the leaf material of the hop cone. Esters typically provide fruity notes. Another expression that our research and development lead, Pat Jensen, likes to come up with is if N's an 8, it probably tastes great. These are some of the commonly found esters and ketones are our isobutirates, methylgeranate, 2-nonenone. 2-methyl isobutyrate, this is one of the newest compounds that we've discovered. It typically provides a fruity apricot aroma. Very often survives the brewing process. And you can see from the research that we've done, we found that Equinaut, Eldorado, Sabro, Idaho 7 are very high in methyl isobutyrate. Isoamyl isobutyrate, this typically, again, survives the brewing process. It is very fruity, tropical pineapple aroma. Through the research, we found that Equinaut, Talus, and Sabro are all very high in this compound. Isobutyl isobutyrate, this is a hop-derived ester, typically survives the brewing process. Again, very fruity, very tropical, pineapple, mango. We find the hops that are high in this compound is Eldorado, Equinaut, and Idaho 7. And then methylgeranate, this is another methyl ester, typically survives the brewing process. It's very fruity and floral. I often describe it as being rose-like. And you see that Centennial, Citra, and Autumnum are very high in this compound. 2-nonenone, our lone ketone. This tends to be very sweet and fruity. I often describe it as white gummy bear candy. You can see that Idaho 7, Mosaic, and Simcoe are very high in this compound. And then we have our sulfur-containing compounds. This is a very hot topic in the U.S. right now. Polyfunctional thiols are sulfur-derived compounds that, in very small concentrations, parts per trillion, can give a huge impact into beer. Even most of our equipment this compound's so hard to detect that our equipment can barely pick it up, but the human nose can detect this compound in parts per trillion. And the one that we'll talk about today is 3-mercaptahexanol. Again, a polyfunctional thiol, commonly found in all hops in trace amounts, parts per trillion. It's very tropical with grapefruit-like character. This also can biotransform with yeast interaction into 3-SHA, which can be black currant. And we can see that Chinook and Idaho Gem and Sabro are very high in this compound. So I kind of just talked about a bunch of compounds. It might not seem like very directed, but how do you use this information? So we've looked at hops across the spectrum and identified that certain hops are not only high in certain compounds, but also have a very good balance of these compounds. And you can see on the left side of the chart, all hops that are on the left side are very good hot side hops, meaning that if you put them in your kettle, you put them in your whirlpool, you will find that these compounds make it into your finished beer and may also interact with yeast, giving you even better flavor. And then all the hops on the left side of the chart, Cascade, for example, we know that Cascade is an excellent dry hop, but based on its survivable content, you're probably going to get the most bang for your buck by keeping it in the dry hop and not using it in the whirlpool. Another great use for these hops on the left side of the chart is mid-fermentation dry hopping. Again, getting these compounds in your wort stream, before primary fermentation will only help you elevate these compounds in the finished beer. Earlier we talked about myrcene, caryophyllene, farnesene. While you look at a certificate of analysis of hops, you'll always find those compounds listed, but if you're trying to make fruit-forward, sweet aromatic beers, you will typically not find those compounds in the finished beer. You'll find these compounds, geraniol, linalool, methylgeranate. Another great way to look at this research is to say, how can I maximize my hops to give me the most potential for flavor? And you can see Laurel, which has the highest linalool content of any hop we've ever seen, and Talus have the highest geraniol content we've ever seen. If you're trying to make a fruit-forward beer, blending these two hops together to maximize the total volume of these essential oils is going to give you a positive. Whereas in the case of Laurel with high linalool content and Crystal with very high linalool content, you're going to have a single dimension flavor and not as dramatic. And then we created a new product, which is Cryopop. Cryopop is a blend of cryo hops that's designed to be high in these compounds, not just high, but also balanced, even higher than any single variety that we found. And again, we harvested over 44 million pounds, so we have a lot of hops that we're able to look at and analyze, and then we'll blend them. Every year the blend is different. It's based on raw hop sensory as well as chemical analysis. And you can see the Cryopop used in pre-fermentation will give you huge notes of citrus and tropical and some stone fruit, while used post-fermentation, still good as a dry hop. You'll get plenty of sweet aromatics, some melon. Here we show the same thing, Cryopop original blend, used in active fermentation. We got lots of citrus and tropical with some sweet aromatic. Using it post-fermentation, we got less tropical, but the same citrus, even more stone fruit, but then a touch more of that wood. And that wood comes from the myrcene, the caryophyllene, the farnesene. So as you can see on the left side of the graph, Cryopop not only has the highest volume of these compounds, but also in the most ideal blend possible. But if you were just to start ordering hops, Idaho 7 is one of my favorite. I think that is a perfect whirlpool hop, having the very high concentration of methyl isobutyrate, some linalool, some geraniol, some 2-nonanone. Again, Citra proves time and time again that it's one of the greatest hops ever, in that it has very high survivable content. It's also an excellent dry hop. And I have one more slide. And one more thing that we're trying to do with our research is standardize the language that we use when we talk about hops. So we've created our own lexicon. Many of these flavors are pretty self-explanatory. Stone fruit, you're going to get apricot or peach. Grassies, grass and hay. One that we run into a problem with a lot with U.S. brewers is dank. A lot of brewers will smell pine or resin and say dank, when really they mean kind of a skunky, cannabis-like flavor. But the language is just as important because we want to make sure that when we're talking about hops and we're talking about flavor and sensory, that we're all talking about the same thing. This is a short presentation. I was hoping to open it up to the floor if anyone has any questions. Okay, no problem. Again, my name is Josh Wurzbacher. I work for Yakima Chief Hops. I'll be on the floor today. If any of you have any questions, I'd love to talk more about this research and share everything that we have accessible. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. May we have a round of applause? Well, before we move on, do we still have the same energy for the next session? Yes, we do. Anybody who is there since morning, who has been with us since morning, can I see your hands up? Well, just the two of you? The rest of you have just joined us. So let's maintain some more energy so that that energy is what keeps them going. So let us call up the next presenter. So I want to see everybody's hands up in the air and give a big round of applause for our next presenter. So the next presentation is going to be all about the inspection and traceability technologies for quality assurance, supply agility, and business growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to be welcoming on stage Mr. Shaunak J. Dave, Managing Director and CEO, Advisor Global Business Strategy and Vision India Private Limited, and Mr. Mikhil Chaktu, National Sales Manager and Vision India Private Limited.
Thank you very much. Is my voice audible to the last bench? Thank you very much. So I've got 10 minutes, and in 10 minutes I'm going to have an X factor, the presentation on the thought leadership. Once Abraham Lincoln said that if you want to face a national crisis, you need good people, you need to tell them the truth, but at the same time, you join them with a beer. Here, I feel that we are all good people. There is no national crisis, but what we are missing is a beer. And the previous session, which was talking about, like cultural shift and all, the same shift I think I'm envisaging here, to have beer while talking. I know that it's not a beer 30 time in US, there's a beer 30 time at 5:30, but still, we need to change, we need to grow this industry. So a few years back, I was in a World Packaging Conference in Bali, and I was invited as a speaker, talking about the fourth industrial revolution. And I predicted two things. One is the digital world at the bottom of the pyramid. And this story happened to me. When I was in China, somebody has come and say that, give me some money, a beggar. And I said, I don't have yuans. And an old lady, she showed me a QR code that transfer the money. And it was an enlightened moment for me. The second thing, the digital world is the top of the pyramid. A DKV Venture is a venture capital company. They deployed artificial intelligence engine into their managing committee, a board of director, and it has got the voting right. So technology at the bottom of the pyramid and technology at the top. So this is the adaptation of the technology. This is the digital era. The second thing is disruption. The way business models are running, it's not conservative. You see Airbnb, Netflix, Alibaba, Skype, Uber. They don't own any assets, but they have worked on a disruptive model of the business. And then COVID came. So we all know the impact. I will not go into the detail, but what is the impact on the individual, which is very, very important, is about, we all redefining our success. What is a success? Not making only money, but to live life holistically. Begin to care about environment and sustainability and conscious thinking about anything and everything. So what is the shift? The shift is society, business, and individual. The society from resource exploration or exploitation is going towards sustainability. Business from capitalism to responsible capitalism, and individual from materialistic to the holistic way. You have this question that why I'm talking about it. Because it's all about, the technology adaptation, the way the world is changing, and changing is very fast. Where the pre-COVID, there was introduction on the digital disruption. But now, the post-COVID is more about, acceleration. And then, there was a change in our mindset. And there is a change in the mindset. I think if I would ask you that you were the same person before the COVID, most of us would say no. We have changed. And this consumer mindset, and I also reflecting myself that it has changed. The first one is safety. It's very important for all of us to know that who is our consumer, what is our target segment. And then after we talk about affordability, accessibility, and availability. So this is a shift. One is the safety. The paramount is safety. Safety, that means, that do I buy a quality product? Second is value for money. Whether I'm paying, I get the real value out of it. Perception would be different, but for certain segment, it's the same. The third is information at convenience. I'm coming from the pharma background, being an engineer and MBA. We see that in pharma, there are a lot of information. We don't need that information. I need information at my convenience. I should scan a QR code, or I go to the website, and whatever the information I need, it should be easily available. Sustainable impact. I don't want to use paper. Even in our organization, it's an Italian organization, we started reducing, paper. It's all going towards digital. And customer experience. If you want to change the culture of the industry, if you want to grow, you need to understand what consumer wants. And that's why I call conscious consumer pentagon. These are the market signals for the beer industry. 2% global, 9% here, 4.5%. But how we can achieve 9%, I've been going to talk about it. It's a very nice quote where the Carlsberg CEO says that what got us here will not get us to the future. It's a Marshall Goldsmith quote, very famous quote. And this is where they say that big companies like Carlsberg also, they are talking about the young generation. They are talking about purpose, sustainability, and health. So if you talk about Gen Y and Gen Z, of course in India, this segment is emerging. And for the long-term business, during my MBA, I studied the classic Marlboro case, where they were focusing on the young guys. Because once you start, smoking, you will be the brand loyal. And this is where the Gen Y, Millennial, and Gen Z came into the picture. And what exactly they want? They want higher quality, purpose to associate with that brand, right? Till now, the beer industry is just like sitting with friends, sharing, or like after the hard work, you go and hit the pub, and then you have a drink and self-reward yourself. Nothing more than that. But now there will be a purpose. Why I am drinking this particular lager beer? Why I am going towards the craft? Health conscious, from the high content alcohol to the mild content, sustainability, fast delivery, high degree of services, and e-commerce. Even in India now, as said in Maharashtra, the e-commerce has started. That means you, as a beer manufacturer, you need to check your supply chain. There is a disruption coming up. So change is always constant. Change is faster than ever before. And digitalization and understanding conscious consumer is the way forward. And my question is, are we faster than the change? What is the strategy to be faster than the change? And I believe that Steve Jobs, he said that you don't need to ask feedback from your consumer. Yes, feedback is to improve yourself. But the real strategy is that to figure out what they want before they do. Very important question. Like if you want to be a trendsetter, you need to understand what they are going to expect. And Gen Y and Gen Z, they are going to expect something else than the traditional, the pre-millennial boomer kind of people. So how we can serve them? There are two things. One is like connecting physical and digital world with the integrated value chain in your manufacturing to the end of the marketing. And that is what Antares Vision Group is. An Italian company, is a conglomerate of 12 companies. What we do is connecting the supply chain with inspection solution. Basic thing is that if you don't have the data, you can't have the information. And if you don't have the information, you cannot generate the value. In simple words, that if you want to create a story about your beer, if you don't have the data, if you don't have the data from the raw material, you can't create the story. If you want to pass on the quality mindset to the consumer, that what quality we are embedding in our manufacturing process, brewing process and all, you need to have the data. And from that data, you create some sort of, the personalization or some sort of story. Without that, you can't do it. And that is what our group is doing. We are generating the data from inspection and traceability. We are transforming into the information, creating a digital factory, and then offering end-to-end supply chain traceability on your entire supply chain. So I would like to play a video like what is end-to-end traceability.
What's behind a refreshing drink in the digital, interconnected world? A world of premium ingredients carefully selected with certified quality. A production process totally controlled from end to end with quality inspection at all stages, smart controls to monitor performance and reduce waste. A bottle that knows its identity from its unique label to the pack to the pallet. A truck that's traveling across the most efficient route to the right destination. A store that knows exactly what is coming in and what's going out, even when things don't go according to plan. A responsible drinker who knows that behind a flavor is a reliable brand and a world of connections. A bottle that knows its way while going through another step of its journey. So all this is behind a refreshing drink coming from the smart factory of today, going through a sustainable and interconnected supply chain. Right into the hands of a new generation of responsible consumers, where safety and trust mean loyalty. Welcome to the era of the smart product. Welcome to the era of transparency.
So this is what Antares Vision Group we are doing, building a transparency across the supply chain. Excuse me, I'm not able to move it. Slide. Okay. And when you have the data and information, then you can create campaigns. You have a different kind of campaigns by connecting brand owners to the end consumers. I will not go into the detail because it's a different subject altogether, but you know, 5 segments: consumer education, consumer engagement, consumer loyalty, consumer assurance, sales cycle automation, and business growth. How to grow and what kind of technology is using. Maybe you can visit our stall and we can have a detailed discussion about it. So, in the nutshell, what we do is protecting product, profit, people, and planet with the help of technology, innovation, and creating a digital world in the manufacturing environment. So you see, from raw material to the consumer, with all your machines, we integrate, and there are compliances also. Like in Russia, there is a traceability compliances. Similarly, you know, in few states in India, also there is a traceability compliances for the revenue protection, excise protection. Similarly, it is coming. So when this compliance comes, you have a lot of data, and how you are going to, what you are going to do with this data, it will decide how you are going to differentiate your business with others and how you can be the leader. We have 3 technology spectrum. I think time is less, so my colleague Mikhil will talk about technology so that you can build a story on quality. Thank you very much. Thank you very much all. So I say that journey of 1,000 mile begins with 1 step, and take the smart one. That means, you know, begin with the code and tell the story to the world and change the culture of your business. Thank you very much. My colleague Mikhil will be there for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Shonak. It was very thoughtful presentation altogether. This is me, Mikhil Chaktu. I'm the National Sales Manager for Antares Vision Group itself. Can I have it? Sorry. Thank you. Okay, perfect. So I will quickly go through with our inspection solutions that is with there specifically for brewery. I hope my voice is clear enough. Yep. So starting with empty container inspection, we, depending upon the container itself, either it can be a glass bottle or can, so we can have vision inspection technology across it up. In my coming slides, I will go through with it about these technology in details. The second would be fill level inspection solutions, closure inspection, filling and capping monitoring systems, inline leak detection and pressure management equipments, label and code inspection solutions, checkwares, the laboratory equipments for measurement of your concentration and pressure, then smart data management systems, traceability, as well as aggregation and serialization. Over to the next slide. I will start up with the new regulation that is being there domestically as well as globally when it comes to regular Russia regulation for traceability. So I hope most of us probably might know what exactly serialization is. So serialization is having a unique UID that is being printed on every single saleable unit. As you can see, you do have product information. Other than that product information, you have G10 and serial number. The combination of serial number and G10 number, the SG10 number, is known as the unique UID. So it is being printed or pasted on every single saleable unit. So it helps us to track the product throughout its life cycle or supply chain, as you call it up, starting from the raw material to the production environment where it is being produced, then to the packaging line, then to the warehouse, then logistic, retailers, end user, as well as the recycling of the product. When we talk about serialization or track and trace, it is not about the compliance only. It is way beyond that too. There's a small video. I will play that up. That can explain you more about how the traceability solution works. Can I have the video, please? Sorry. Can I have the video? Yeah. No, the. Hello. Yep. This particular video was from one of our projects that we did with one of our liquor customers. As you can see, there was a label that was being pasted on every single bottle itself. That was a QR code or datamatics that was being there. That is being used to generate a UID, a unique serial number on every single saleable unit. And across that up, at the shipper level, we were able to scan all these QR codes or data matrix to have a parent-child relationship build up. Over to the next slide itself. As most of you must be aware about it, it is a filling line, a bottle filling line itself. And throughout the process itself, we do have our solution at every single stage as such, starting from the empty bottle inspection that we call it EBI, till the checkware and beyond also when it comes to customer engagement itself. I will quickly go to the next slide. Now, I will go a bit in depth about every single inspection that we are doing it up. So first is empty container inspection. With our smart cameras itself, we are able to inspect up to 6 modules, starting with your neck, the inner wall, outer wall, the thread of the bottle itself, the residue amount of or any kind of a foreign particles that is being there inside the bottle or the can. So this is being done with our smart cameras. Second technology that I would be talking about is fill level inspection solutions. We do have both the technologies over here when it comes to fill level, low fill, high fill. We do have high frequency foam compensation as well as the X-ray devices. So depending upon your product, the container, whether it is conductive, whether it is not conductive, we can propose the solution itself. After this, for this technology, I will show one video as such to explain this particular in better way. Can you please play the video?
The system is able to measure in a separate way the liquid level and the foam mass. Combining both collected values, the system evaluates the real filling level as when the foam will be dissolved. The foam compensation system ensures proper filling level measurement, avoiding false rejection due to the presence of foam and ensuring at the same time that all bottles marketed are properly filled.
The next technology that we will be talking about would be the cap inspection. Depending upon the requirement from the customer itself, we can inspect a 360-degree cap as such for different defects like missing cap, misalignment, the diameter of the cap, ovality, the seal level itself, tamper evident, as well as if there is any kind of a branding that is being on the cap itself, we can check the orientation of it, whether the branding is rightly being there, OCR, OCV, depending upon the application as such. The next technology, innovative technology that I will be discussing about is inline leak detection through laser spectroscopy. With the low intensity laser beam itself, we are able to detect any kind of a leakage to your product without having any, it's a technology that is non-destructive, so you don't have to destroy your product. It is an online process itself where 100% of your production is being checked for leak detection. It is not the same technology that was being previously being there, so you need to have the sample of the products that need to be checked for the leakage where you have to destroy that particular product. With this technology itself, you don't have to destroy it up, and it is for the whole production line as such. The next would be for cans itself, the same technology where we are using for the leak detection itself for cans as such. So we do have mechanical squeezers also, where if the laser diodes can't work for that particular technology, then we have a squeezer technology where we do have pressure gauges itself, pressure sensors which detects the change in the pressure by mechanical squeezer. The next would be the label and the code inspection. So we are inspecting 360-degree label for its presence, absence, the orientation, if you have any QR code, any information that is being printed, the data matrix, the OCR, OCV, all these characters can be read through the cameras itself. The next product would be the checkweigher. So it's a weighing device that checks the whole case as such. Nothing to be explained much about it. Now the last slide would be regarding a case study that we did recently with one of our projects. It is for PET bottle CSD line, 600 BPM line it was. The issue the customer was having, they were already having a vision camera over there, the vision system over there, but it was the false rejection as well as the rework. That was a major issue. They were having a high rejection values of around 6, 7, sometimes 10% as such. So with FT itself and AV, so we propose a FBI, a combined setup of FBI, that is field level inspection solution with a 360-degree camera inspection. And we can proudly say it up at this particular time. There is 0% detection failure, false rejection is 0.01%, and line stoppage is 0 minutes. And that is one of the case studies that was being there. Thank you. If there is any questions as such, or you can please pay a visit to our booth over there. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause for Antris Vision? That was a spectacular presentation. Moving on to the next session, we're going to be having our next team, Bromat, for which I would like to call up Mr. Abhishek Kundu, Sales Specialist, Bromat, Food Beverages, Siemens Limited, and Raghunanda Gupta, Vice President, Sales, Siemens Financial Services India. Let's create great beer, Bromat, with flexible financial solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the team on stage.
Hello everyone, thanks for coming here. Hello. So everybody can see our motto is to create a great beer. I think everybody agree with this. Everybody is here to make a great beer. And Siemens has a long association with beer industry, almost like over like 100 years. So let's talk about the automation, how will make the great beer. So when you are making beer, so these are like who are into this process of it. So you can see these are the problems, these are the pain points you are having where you are producing a beer. So you can see the complexity during operations, maintenance, there are manual interventions, how to control the recipes, even the future plans, the expansions, then the service support from the automation partner. So these are the challenges now you're having. So to take care of that, so we launched Bromat. So it's a pure for beer productions. So this is a automation platform. You can say the software. So Bromat actually what the name stands for, brewing plus automations. So combine Bromat. So it's nothing but a process control system for breweries. It's like what you have the idea of SCADA, so it's like the same. So, but it's dedicated for beer. So let's talk about the features, what you'll get after using this. So you can have like easy to operate, like now the automation part, you feel like challenges, like how to integrate it, how to maintain it, how to use it. So here like we can train your person like who are not into automation even, we can train him within 5 weeks. So to operate it, to even program it. And even the development part, like what now normally automation is taking around like 3 months, some development, like some are 4 months, 5 months. We can do it within a month, like starting. Then the next part is very easy. Like anytime you can upgrade it, your team can upgrade it. You don't have to call every time Siemens to do the job. And the best part is, so we have these 4 languages. So even the development, the programming also has these languages. Program and the process schemes, you can use this. So for the export part, these are the advantages. Like when you are exporting to China, even the European countries, so these are the advantages. So now the main differentiator of this software. So you can see the screen, this, I think everybody can relate because it's a general, like normal process of beer. So first mash kettle, you can see, then the boiling, lauterton, fermentations. These are the basic beer process. So you create this recipe as per your beer, what you want to do. So what we did, this recipe we converted to the automation language. So this is a SCADA screen. So you can see the recipes going on. So these are like first malt, mash, and this purple color is the what process is now going on. The greens are all completed. And on the process itself, you can see there are parameters. If you want to change the steam pressure, steam temperature, water temperature, anytime you can manipulate that. And you can modify those recipes anytime. You can you can generate a new recipes, whatever time, anytime you can start with a new recipes, and you can check what is going on in these recipes. So it will help your brewer to make a great beer. And the next feature is the replay option. So see the screen. So let's suppose you want to check last month what happened in our plant. So just go to the replay option. So see, it's a normal video player. So your process, current process is going on. You just have to click the replay option. You can check, you have to put the date, time, and you can play. And you see this is the circle, the square is green color. Now it's running the date, what you put. So this is the screen like that time. So the advantages of this replay option is you can do the troubleshooting part. You can train your person like, see, this is how the plant works. These are the parameters. These are the temperatures. These are the pressure you should follow for your next recipes. And the part is like, you can change this like based on the last recipes. Okay, last recipe, the temperature is 70. Now I have to increase it to 72 to make a great beer. So for the taste change and all. So it's a very good features for like, again, brewer who is doing the process. So he can anytime go to the batches of what last month, last week, anytime he can go back and check what's going on. Your present process will not hamper on this. And now a lot of microbreweries persons are here like who are now want to set up like, you can think like maybe it's a big software, it's not for microbreweries, but it is for. So we have a lean version for small, like you can start with 4 units, let's suppose malt, mash kettle, wort kettle, fermentation, that's what microbrewery has. So you can start with a small software, and then if your beer success, so then you can go, you can add that software, you can upgrade anytime. Then you can go up to craft brewery, and then the industrial brewery. So same software you can upgrade anytime. You don't have to buy a new software. So you can start with the small steps and you go further. So these are the advantages of this software. So now you have to think twice, okay, like I'll use it or not, I can upgrade it or not, so, but you can. So you have to buy it once and then you can add. So now the benefits of the customers, like who don't know automation, like who want to set up a beer plant. So what are the automation advantages? So major challenges is, again, I'll say the maintenance, like future maintenance will be zero. Almost zero. So there'll be no one need to support you every time. And the Bromat is actually a standard product. So it's like 45 years old. And in Europe, you can see, if you go, you can see Bromats running there. But India, like people have started using it. So for like documentation, for support, for technical things, it's a standard product. So you don't have to worry about what will going to be next. If I install it, what will happen next? So you don't have to worry about this. And your now the main KPIs are for you is the digitalization and sustainability. So these 2 points we cater through Bromart. So you don't have to worry about digitalization and sustainability. You are taking care of this through Bromart. And again, the support, so we have online support 24/7. Even we have 1 hour hotline every day, free online support for 1 hour. That is by calling. If you have any challenges, if you want to know something, you can call and you can ask for the support. For any demo purpose, like if you want to use it, how the software looks, how it's running the recipe, please visit our stall. You can see this, how easy to operate it. So that's all from my side. Now I want to call my colleague, Mr. Raghunanda from Siemens Financial Service. So he'll talk about the financial part of Siemens. Thank you. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. So I'm the money man here. So definitely technology and whatever scanning technology, our previous speaker presented here, our technology definitely comes with a cost. So we are here to support you. We are the enablers here in this platform. So I represent a company called Siemens Financial Services. We are into financing. We are an NBFC in India. So all of you know, I mean, we are seeing a good growth in this industry. The industry is growing at almost close to 10% at a CAGR, and it is poised to grow further. So we come in as a specialist financing support for this. Whoever is willing to look at buying this, not only software, the entire value chain, we are there to support. So these are the feedback which we have received from our customers who are in this industry. So where are the financing, are we investing in the right equipment, technology, and who will finance this? So we are there to support. Can we invest in automation, digitalization, and to improve definitely the production? So these are the typical questions asked by our customers, existing customers. And definitely when somebody puts capital, they also need working capital for their regular business. So if they put entire money here, so they wanted a support there too, to have external additional lines. So we are there on all these front. So as I mentioned, see, we work with system integrators, we work with microbreweries, we work with OEMs. We are on the entire chain, supporting each one, giving a different solutions. So this is what we do typically, the equipment loans, and we are a specialized arm of Siemens. We do leasing solutions, unlike any banks in the country now. And we also offer deferred payment. These are all short-term funding, typically say 3 months, 6 months, 9 months and below a year. So these are the things which we can bring on the table. And our offering starts from 10 lakhs, and based on the customer profile and the requirement, we go up to 40, 45 crores also. So a couple of success stories. The first one, obviously I cannot name them, but we have put money on the entire brick filling machine, aseptic brick filling machine, and this was close to 7 crores, 8 crores kind of a transaction. And we have been continuing funding our customer in Chennai, Podaran Foods. So we have done blowing machine, filling, packing machines, and there is a continuous engagement here. And there we have done both loan and lease. Who we are, as I told, we are an NBFC in India. We are present across 21 offices, and we have 200 finance specialists who understand the language of the SME, the specific industry whom we are talking or targeting. So we balance out, we bring you technology, at the same time we also provide a financing solution so that you can cater or put your energies on the other parts of your business. So we'll be happy to meet you. We are at booth number A15. We'll be here for all the 3 days, and we'll be happy to meet you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause for the team? All right, so from the audience, how many of you, had a chance to taste beers at the stalls? Can I see the hands up? Nobody? So that's why I'm wondering, the energy is low. Can I have some energy from all of you? Yeah, can we have a big round of applause so that I know you're all charged up for the next session? Fabulous. I understand that we're a small crowd, but I think we're all enthusiasts, and you can bring in a lot of enthusiasm into the hall, right? So on that note, let us call out our next presentation, and that is going to be more of the labeling trends for the beer industry. So please put your hands together to be welcoming on stage Mr. Anuj Bhargava, Managing Director, Kumar Label. Sure.
It's almost afternoon, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Soumya, and Anush couldn't come here, unfortunately, so I'm just trying to fill into his rather large shoes. So let me just start this presentation with a little introduction about ourselves. So this company, Kumar Labels, was founded in the year 2007 by Anuj after he returned from Japan. He used to work for Corning at that time. Today, we are one of the largest liquor label producers in the country. We are also one of the most awarded printers in this country. Why? Because we have focused a lot on innovation. Because we believe that, yes, you can have a lot of cost cuttings, maybe you can give better service, but if something's going to take you forward, it is innovation. So we do focus a lot on that. We also have multiple patented technologies. I'll try to touch upon one a little later. We are forward and backward integrated. That is, we make our own label stock, and we also make label applicator machines. We're currently running from 2 plants. Our headquarters is in Greater Noida, and one of the plants is in Goa. We have the other 2 coming up. Again, our label stock manufacturing unit in Greater Noida, and another one in Indore. Just a glimpse of our office. I welcome you all. Whenever you're there in Greater Noida, please do come and visit us. This is our label stock unit. Our printing facility, we have many state-of-art machines. We can do up till 12 color in a single pass. This is our unit in Goa. And now let's straight away jump to the subject. She talked about the labeling trends, and I call it the art and science involved in the beer labels. So why are we talking about beer labels? What makes them so tricky? First, I would say standing out. Now, that is true not just for a beer, but for any product with the immense competition which is there around us. You need to stand out. You need to be better than your competition, or at least be on par with them. So definitely, with a cluttered market, you need to have something to stand out and call out to your customer. Second, the price considerations. Unlike whiskey, which adorns your bar, a beer bottle is pulled out of the fridge, opened, consumed, and discarded. So the entire packaging solution around it needs to be really economical, be in control. Then there are other challenges which are associated, more technical challenges that come across. You may have condensate on your bottle. At the time the label is getting applied, your bottle might be on a regular temperature. It might be colder than the room temperature. The speed at which the bottles, I think the previous videos we saw how fast the bottles were moving on the conveyor, and you had to get those labels on them. Apart from that, you have multiple labels like the back, front, or the neck label, everything getting stuck at the same time with same accuracy, the bottles rubbing, everything the beer label has to undergo. Apart from that, it also has to undergo the changes, a wide ranges of the temperatures, stored at maybe 15 degrees, but transported at plus 55. And to add to that, your bottles are recycled. That is, you want them to stick long enough till they are consumed, but you also want the labels to be washed off, peeled off immediately when you get to the recycling plant. And some of them, like Heineken, also want their labels to stick around to up to 5 or 6 cycles of recycling. So imagine the contradictory qualities you're expecting it to have. So how can we contribute in this? So one, in your trend, there's so many trends that are coming up in beer labels, we can cater to almost all of them. Few of them, which were noticeable, we have got them down here. Fewer and bolder colors. Of course, this is to stand out, to have a higher recall. You see the journey of some of the iconic brands. You'll see how they have gone from something more complicated or lighter to something more bolder or cleaner, to adding cult mascots so that you have higher recall and higher connect to your customer. I guess Bira was one among the first over here. To being minimalistic, being simple yet eye-catching. Have a look. From something which is dull to something which is so bright. And then moving on to different kind of substrates for your packaging. Now let me take a minute over here. 90% of today's beer labels, as you know, are cut and stack on wet strength paper with wet glue technology. They have limitations. You cannot do much value add in them. Though they are cheap, yes. There are other options available today. For example, shrink sleeves. Now, shrink sleeves, you can get a full coverage for your bottles or your cans. You can have a little more value add. They are easy to recycle. They're easy to remove in your recycling plants. Similarly, PSA WLs, which is pressure-sensitive adhesive wraparound labels. So this is another emerging trend which allows you to put a sticker label around your can. It may not give complete coverage on the bottom or the top, but it still serves the purpose. You can have a lot of value addition. You can have embossing. You can have foiling. You can decorate your label, give it a different feel, and it is easy to peel off. Again, recycling purposes, it is a wonderful option. You can, yes, definitely have printed cans, but they do have a little disadvantage in terms of the minimum order quantities that you have to go with. But with printed labels, all you need to do is get a label stock separate and your cans separate. Just use them as and when you want. So you can see they look brilliant. All of them are wraparound labels. And the other thing that you can do is add sensory effects. Now, we all know that anything that you see, you retain. But if you smell something, if you touch something, if you feel something, you retain it even further. So with sticker labels, you have the advantage of adding sensory effects, abrasive, many others. So I'm just going to talk about it. We have a stall at A13. I welcome you all to visit us. We can help you in what all offerings we have. You can see many of them. I don't want to go through all of them. Just have a look and you'll know what we can bring to the plate. Again, in terms of technology, material choices, we offer a wide range, whether it is cut and stack labels or whether labels, the PSAs, shrink sleeves, and even the types of adhesives. Now, shrink sleeves are coming in PVCs, which are generally carcinogenic. We do not offer that as a solution, but PETG, it's better in terms of recyclability. It is more cost efficient, so it's a solution we offer, and I'm sure many of you would be interested in that. Even the adhesive types, you can have permanent wash-off water-based, or if you want your labels to stick around for 2 or 3 multiple cycles of recycling, you could go for solvent-based also. We also offer sustainable decoration, which is, of course, we are all very environmental friendly now. We need to take care of what we are doing, of our actions. So we ensure that we take the paper from FSC certified mills, right? You use the PSA label, which are easily recycled. We can use PETG sleeves, as I mentioned earlier, and use thinner liners or SRTF. Now, I was mentioning that we have a patented technology. SRTF is that. It is single release, two-phased. That means there is a single phase on which you have two stickers. That is on both the sides of that liner paper, we have stickers on it. Now, this you can clearly see will reduce your inventory cost and space by 40 to 50%. Your transportation cost is reduced, and even economically, it is 20% cheaper. And definitely, the important point is your liner paper is reduced to 50%, so it is economically beneficial. In terms of brand security, you would already know of all of these, and we offer this and many more, depending on your choice and demand. And also in terms of customer engagement, we've shown those labels which track the QR code and give you a video and all of that. In the previous presentations you must have seen, we can even help you get that. So this is all from us, a very short, crisp presentation. I invite you all once again to visit the stall and see what all we can really do. And thank you so much for being a patient audience, even in the lunchtime. Thanks a lot.
Chair. That was indeed a short and sweet presentation. Can we hear it for Team Kumar Labels? Well, from a consumer point of view, it actually surprises me about how much technicality goes behind just the label of a beer. So kudos to them for letting us know. So let us move on to the last presentation just before the lunch break. I don't want to keep you all impatient for longer. So let us call up, with a big round of applause, Mr. Nikhil Moore, Creative Director from Jungle Gym Studio, LLP. So here, they're going to be giving a presentation that says, Making Beer Stock, which is indeed exciting. So ladies and gentlemen, please sit back and watch. Thank you.
Check. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hi. So I'm Nikhil. I run a studio called Jungle Gym. We're based out of Pune. And over the past 7 odd years, we've been working across various industries, craft beer being one of the more rewarding ones creatively for us. So through this presentation, I'm going to just take you through some of our work and also maybe have a few things that you guys can keep in mind. So we are Jungle Gym, a brand design studio where design is a function of strategy and work is a function of play. So what I mean by that is that when you are going about designing your brand, the more work you put into the strategy of it and understanding where exactly you want to be positioned as a brand, the better the outcome on the design side. And similarly for us, for designers working on various brands, the more fun we have, the better the outcome of the work is always. That's a little picture of us. We're a really, really small studio. We a very young, very small studio, and we're based out of Pune, as I mentioned. That's my team. When we go about design, we follow a very simple procedure, which is basically define, where we kind of understand the client's requirement, their space, who they're targeting, understand who they are, what separates them. And then we kind of reassemble all that in the form of design. That's your basic brand guideline deck, and all of that comes out of that point. And then we finally translate that into packaging, or it may be anything where a brand touch point happens to be. Right, so through this presentation, I'm going to kind of look at packaging, and I'll be taking you through some of our projects, but I'll be looking at it from the point of view of familiarity, intrigue, and danger. And you could see these are the 3 basic ideas that we react to as consumers as when we see something. So through our projects, I shall show you like how various projects are familiar, intrigue, or danger. Right, so I started my journey through my first design job, which was for a company called Independence Brewing Company, which is based out of Pune. They're a craft beer brand. And when I came out of college, I was very excited to work on a brewery project. It's like, all the stuff that you see online is all about these beer bottles and great art on them. And I was very excited, and I thought, like, amazing, I'm going to get to make beer bottles, and people are going to see my label artwork and be like, wow, and stuff. But what ended up happening, so I immediately, pulled out my Lino tools and started carving away and making these very, Lino cut imagery and artwork. That's one of the first iterations of the logo. Obviously, none of these made it, but I'm just showing you how excited I got and how I was getting very hands-on with it. But eventually, I kind of, we started we realized that what our work is going to be is just more like creatives for social media, and like there was no physical touch point for us, right? It was, and this was what IBC looked like as a venue. You can see like some of our artwork just, pushed into one corner of the space there. The place was really beautiful, but it was missing a human touch. So that's what we wanted to kind of bring in. We wanted to bring in something that people could relate to, because at the end of the day, that's what people want. They want connection. And that's when we kind of came up with this a mascot for the brand. This mascot was nowhere in any other form apart from social media. It was just purely designed for social media. And this is like, this guy we used him to allow for current affairs to be spoken about. So here he's talking about something that the Goa chief minister said once, that I have begun to fear now because even girls have started drinking beer. And then the mole says that, and people say, I live under the rock. And then we started using this pigeon who's on the left side here. He's drinking cider, and IBC was very anti-cider at that time. They were all about being very pure to beer and all that. But the pigeon was always seen there drinking cider. So we finally, when IBC came to us and told us that, okay, now we are going to make a cider. So we said, okay, great, let's use the pigeon to kind of like tell the story of our cider and like kind of make fun of ourselves in a way. So we came up with this homing pigeon artwork. That's the beer glass, some coasters, some merchandise. And also, again, to humanize the brand, we started using him in some murals, some wall art within the space. And here he is sitting with the entire animal kingdom. So you can see the Simba lion, you can see the Bira monkey, kingfisher, white owl, white rhino, barking deer. I mean, everything is an animal, right? The toit skunk. And finally, IBC rebranded, and now Brutus is sitting in a bar somewhere drinking Old Monk with his rat friends. Then we went started working with Great State, which is another brewery out of Pune. And for them, we kind of made a whole design system which was full of very hands-on approach. They were a very hands-on brand. So we said, let's give them the tools to let them design themselves. So we gave them a set of stamps, and they would stamp their own visiting cards, making each visiting card unique. This was the design system that we came up with for them. So again, we were still stuck in Instagram. We were not being able to come out of Instagram, and that was quite frustrating for us. So we started to kind of push them, we started to make like cool creatives for Instagram, but finally the pandemic changed things for us. And finally, we had a surface where craft beer could actually say something, say a story onto a bottle. So here we're kind of working with the idea of familiarity, because we're trying to keep our colors very consistent. So when people see this color combination of orange and teal on black, they start thinking about Great State. They realize that, okay, this is a Great State beer. And obviously the whole design language. And that also kind of gave you the opportunity to put a little QR code on the thing, which basically this completed the experience of consuming craft beer. So you're sitting at you order some craft beer home, You scan the QR, and that's a playlist that I had put together for them, where there's like, I'm listening to it on my music system, enjoying some craft beer in my balcony. And then there was these kegs as well, the mini kegs. And for that, what we did was we made a set of stickers, right? And what I realized is that this is a great, a great object, a great container to kind of fill craft beer in. And I'm guessing that people would go from brewery to brewery, putting that all back together into one place where letting the consumer kind of make their own, again, that whole DIY thing coming back. This is what all the, you can see how they all look so different, so colorful, so interesting. And also then you can see now, after the growlers have come in, it's made so much more of a difference to how we consume beer, because now we can cue the consumer up. We can make that person think certain things and expect something before they even have their first sip. So here you can see Great State has collaborated with some artists to make these really cool growler labels. That one's actually printed directly onto the bottle. This one's a screen print. And I came across this recently by Geist, which is a Bangalore-based brewery, where pretty cool artwork which says, it's called Stratosphere. It's kind of like taking you through this staircase, taking you up into the sky. It cues you up, like, what to expect. These are calm colors. I'm expecting a chill time. And similarly, how do you queue up somebody, right? Like some of you guys might be craft brewers here or running breweries, and you'll want to diversify into some new territories, into maybe kombucha, hard cider, whatever. How do you let a consumer know that what to expect from a flavor, right? Like what do you expect from kombucha? If I told you what does a kombucha taste like, it would be tart, sweet, tangy, all of these things actually. So that's where we came up with this concept of indescribable. And here we are playing with the second thing I told you about, which is intrigue, right? I don't know what to expect from this bottle. It looks interesting. It's some abstract stuff. I don't see a fruit on it directly, but I kind of see some colors. It's fresh. I want to know more. And we've kind of almost downplayed the word kombucha because we don't want to confuse people who don't know what kombucha is. So we say that it's just, this is something indescribable, come try it, be intrigued, and yeah. These are some of the abstract artworks that were created for the brand. And then we could use this creatively in social media, like saying, guess the upcoming flavor by just a few splashes of color. We created this entire bank of like abstract imagery for the client. And they use that in a very creative way through their social media. Right, so let me just take a break now and kind of shift to something that some of you MBA folk, if there are any of you all out there, or marketing people also, very important basic fundamentals of marketing, I guess, which is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where you keep moving up, right, from physiological needs. Once you're safe, then you go into wanting to feel like you are being loved and you have belonging, self-esteem, and finally self-actualization. And if you take that into the beer world, you can see that the largest piece at the bottom is this big chunk which says, I need beer. And they don't care what beer it is, what it tastes like, which style it is, they don't care. The second one, the slightly smaller group, is I need craft beer, which is kind of like the low-hanging fruit for most of the breweries. The third one is I need to drink craft beer with like-minded people. So these are the people who are groups. You unlock one, you unlock 10. And the last one, which is the most evolved, which is all the craft brewers, is that I need to make beer. So forget those guys, that's all of us, or some of us. And as you can see, like this is how much they really care about what they're drinking. It kind of reduces as you come down, because the person who needs a beer just needs a beer. They don't care what it is. So we're really interested in that green section, right? Because they are the important guys who we like to design for. And I feel like I keep promoting this, telling my clients that they are the guys who we really need to design for, because they will champion your cause, they will spread the word, they will stay loyal until you rebrand, until you stop talking to them, until you alienate them. they will give you a steady supply of Instagram ammo because they will go on, posting about things. And they will proudly wear your merch. That's very important. So I'm going to come to a brand. I don't know how many of you all know of this brand. Maybe I don't know. Okay, but yeah. So this is a brand which has this thing called mead is not beer. It's called Moonshine. They're a mead. They're not a beer. But for them, we basically did this whole. We designed for that green section, right? We said that we are going to design for the artist. So can we get one artist to make a label, share it, and then let that go viral? So we gave them just a template. So this is literally what we designed for the client. We didn't design anything more than this. And then we worked with various artists. Each artist made their own rendition of how they would want to work with that circle. So you can see quite a cool different set of imagery here. So there's no concept that kind of ties it all together. It's just a white circle. There's consistency, and there's a lot of changing artwork. And there was also like a crowdsourced campaign that they did on Instagram where they asked people to submit their artworks, and the winner would get featured on the label, and they would get paid and all of that. And literally 100, 200 entries came in. So this brand is now sitting on like so many different artworks where they could choose any for their label and obviously remunerate the artist. But this saw some amazing social media engagement for the brand. And this just goes to show that, like, because now let's just say any one of these people shares this on their page, their entire friend circle have no idea what Moonshine is, and now suddenly they do. And that is the power of crowdsourcing. So that's why this section is so important for us, because they really push hard. They don't care about it's about them. It's the whole new creator, the whole gig economy creators that are kind of the modern people who are pushing things right now. This is a kind of like a brand which is not yet out there, and I've taken permission from the founder to be able to share it. For this is literally the first look that anyone has of this new brewery that's coming out of Bombay. Very, very cool, very aggressive and unapologetic brewery that's coming up. Really good fun working on it. It's called Rolling Mills, and here again for this brand, we've got this really simple idea for the label, which is transition, which is change, transformation. So the left side of the label always has is something that's happening, and then on the right side it changes into something else. And this is basically we're playing with danger, something that just makes you look and be like, what is that? We're playing with that shock value. So for example, now here is a pretty good example of how the client came to us and said, I've got a fruited saison. I want you guys to come up with a name. So we called it I Love You, which is the name of a virus from the 2000s. And that virus would land up in your inbox saying, I love you. And if you would click on it, you would get to know. I mean, the virus would basically ruin your machine. It's created millions and millions of dollars of losses for various companies. But we thought it was a nice, interesting thing to play with. Also, a fruited saison is a little bit like sneaky that way. It can come across a little bit light and mild, and it can get you pretty, pretty messed up. So, so you can see like how, again, the transition happens. On the left side, we've got this very calm, very gray love letter for you. And then when you open it, there's just chaos on that side. That's what the can looks like. Yeah, that's about it, guys. Thank you.
What do I say? A very creative, a very, very colorful, and absolutely eye-catching presentation we witnessed. Can we have a big round of applause? All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of the first session, I would say the first half. I may please request all of you to please head for lunch and please join us back at sharp 3 o'clock. I repeat, at 3 o'clock, I want all of you to please come back and please spread a word if there are people who is not aware that a conference or panel discussions are happening, because the next session we'll be opening with a panel discussion. It's going to be a super interesting one. So I request all of you to please disperse for lunch and come back and join us at sharp 3 o'clock. Thank you.
When you think of a strong beer, when you crave for a taste that sizzles down your throat, a brew that is disrupting the Indian alcohol industry is today's best party buddy, Bad Monkey Beer. Sizzles down your throat. A brew that is disrupting the Indian alcohol industry is today's best party buddy. Bad Monkey Beer. Tub bottle stores with real spark, style, youthfulness, and strength. Aiming to become an icon for young parties, Bad Monkey is your bad buddy and a good time. Because you should only be good if being bad isn't fun. When you think of a strong beer, when you crave for a taste that sizzles down your throat, a brew that is disrupting the Indian alcohol industry is today's best party buddy. Bad Monkey Beer. This tub bottle stores with real spark, style, youthfulness, and strength. Aiming to become an icon for young parties, Bad Monkey is your bad buddy and a good time. Because you should only be good if being bad isn't fun.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a humble request to all of you to kindly come and join us at the conference hall as we'll be starting off with the second half of the panel discussion. I request, if I'm audible to all of you on the outside, I request all of you to kindly come and join us to the conference hall as we could quickly start off with the second session for the day.
If a man lives a pure life, nothing can destroy him. man lives a pure life, nothing can destroy him.
by stars. A beauty you are, a beauty you are. Day turns into night. You light up my dark, you light up my dark. You're the one that I see waking up next to me, and I hope it's the same for you. But you play with my mind when you send me these signs, and I see other guys get them too. I wanna know, hey, 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 hey. Where do we go from hey, 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 hey. Why you keeping me on hold? Don't wanna leave this place alone. Is it a yes or is it no? I wanna know, hey, 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 hey.
Diamonds in your eyes, cover your lies, cover your lies. Trust me, we can be special tonight.
discussion in the next few minutes. So please do make sure you're coming down and joining us and being a part of the panel discussion. It's going to be a super exciting one, very informative. So please do make sure you're being a part of it. We're going to be starting in the next 2 minutes. So I request all of you to kindly come down and reach into the conference hall.
I wanna know, hey, hey, trust me, we can be special tonight, special tonight. I don't want nobody, I don't want nobody, baby, but you. There's something about your body that's got me thinking I'm nobody.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in the next 2 minutes. I really appreciate your patience and I really appreciate the ones that have joined us in the conference hall. If I'm audible to anybody on the outside, it's a humble request to all of you. We'll be starting the panel discussion in the next 2 minutes. So I request each and every one of you to please come down and join us for the second half of the session. So we are having a good set of panel discussions, presentations, and much more. So do not miss out on all the information we're putting across here in the panel discussion and presentation. So we're starting off in the next 2 minutes. It's a humble request to each one of you to kindly come down and join us in the conference hall. Thank you.
Truth kept switching from red to blue. Know from ground to step onto. But nowadays it's clear to me all the chaos I unleashed was all the pain inside of me. I was just so kid. I was a tomboy kid, running free. There's nothing left for me. So until I could not breathe, I felt like I'm just over me. I was a jungle kid, running free. There's nothing left for me. So until I could not breathe, I felt like I'm just over me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second half of Brewer World Conclave 2022. So we're here building India's first of its kind media communication platform for the beer and brewing community, connecting industry stakeholders, a platform for all the beer enthusiasts to receive latest news and information, participate, interact, contribute content, and thereby belong to the beer community. All right, so we had a very successful first half of the session. So now we're going to be heading to the second half. I hope all of you have good energy, have come back after a good lunch with good energy. So let's kickstart the next presentation. It's going to be a panel discussion about storytelling through beer packaging. Weave a story behind the labeling to get your brand across your consumers. The panel discussion will host breweries and also packaging solutions providers to provide insights, trends in packaging, and insights into weaving a story into labeling for the consumers for the beer and brewing industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our panel moderator, Mr. Manu Mishra, founder, Khan Consulting. All right, inviting our panelists for the panel discussion. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Anish Varshni, co-founder and Chief Innovation Officer, Lattenberg Brewers Private Limited. Up next on stage, let us invite Mr. Nikhil Moore, Creative Director, Jungle Gym Studio. Off to you, Mr. Manu.
Good evening, everyone. We're all back from lunch, hopefully with a few beers in us. And we're going to start our next panel discussion, which is essentially on storytelling through beer packaging. With a proliferation of options in packaged beers, from retail bottles and cans to the recently instituted growlers and soon to appear crowlers, the number of options available to today's consumers are many. Thus, communicating what your beer and your brand stand for become even more important, as it can not only influence consumer decision-making, but also establish an ongoing relationship that helps in the evolution of consumers into brand loyalists. How does one use this limited brand real estate to weave a compelling story? I'm really happy to be on the panel with you guys. Anish, I'm a fan of your beers. I have a very burning question for you that I'll come to. And Nikhil, we go back a while, and I love the sort of work you do. So just getting into the first question already, let's talk a little bit about geography. So what role does geography play in the creation of a brand story? Is it truly a differentiator when it comes to establishing a brewery's antecedents by portraying it as a son of the soil? Nikhil, you want to go first?
So I think that geography, when it comes to it's more about like who's your core group that you as a brewery are attracting, and that definitely does. If you focus on that, if any of you were there for my talk before this, I was talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and as you go up, you have this group which is there like one step before the top, which is this group which really feels the need for connection and they want to be with people, like-minded people. So I wouldn't say like it's son of the soil as such, but more like, yes, we are from, let's just say that we are from Pune. We're a Pune-based brewery or a Bangalore-based brewery, and we are talking to this specific group of people. That definitely sets the ball rolling. It may not be the end goal. It's definitely not the end goal because the numbers are not there. But it sets that original connect to the brand, like the evangelists, like the brand evangelists are from there. So I think definitely talking to them in their language, making sure, like you can see even brands like Kimaya do that, right? Kimaya is talking in Marathi to the Marathi Manus, and like it has created like brand love for that very specific segment, and then they can message differently and ahead of that, you know, to other places. Yeah, I think that answers it.
Right. And Anish, having a product that is available in retail, when you're looking at a bottled product where availability is going to be throughout the country, what are your thoughts of reflecting where you guys are coming from on that geographically?
So geography plays an important role when you're trying to build your brand story, right? It depends on what kind of brand story you want to build. Today, I'll give you some examples, like a company like Brewdog. Even though they are from Scotland and, you know, they mention they are from that region, but they don't portray it in their brand structure, like the whole visibility. So it's about the outlook that you want to take. Today, you want to be an international, very global brand. You don't need to be associated with the geography, I feel. And if you really want to engage in with the community, you know, there's brands like Brooklyn Brewery in New York, which do events, promotions to promote the local culture. And where you asked me, you know, like, what are we doing? So our name, Makadi, which is in Konkani means give me, we want to have that sense of origin from Goa. But at the same time, you know, we want to be very global at the same time. So that's why we've gone with the whole theme of astronauts, where no matter which country you're from, which region you're from, you can still relate to an astronaut, you know, exploring beyond your boundaries. And so sometimes it's all about the brand story that you're trying to build. You want to go with that and have faith in that story, to be honest. So that's, geography is something that the person who's making the brand, it depends on him if he wants to keep it in a place or not.
So you just answered my burning question. I was going to ask you what's with the astronaut and how do you arrive at it? Can you tell us what went through that process where, you know, as a beer brand, you have a name that's essentially in Konkani, and that's like a slight tip of the hat to where you're brewing. Yet the astronaut is so removed from that very brand name. So how do you guys come up with that?
So Makadi, the name, was, the whole thing was to give a sense of ownership to the consumers, you know, being it a reflection of what you are trying to consume. Maka, the word Maka just means me. And the whole point was coming out with 5 variants in the first year itself was that I don't expect everyone to like all of my 5 beers. But at least one beer, you know, when the consumer tries, at least one beer is a reflection of yourself. And whereas the astronaut goes, it's more for the exploratory theme, where us as manufacturers are explorers. You know, we are trying above and beyond to come up with unique products for the consumers. Today, like the new beer that we've just launched in February was a Rosé Brut IPA. It was one of the kind in the whole of the country. And it was a pink-colored IPA brewed style, which has never been bottled before. So the whole thing was that, okay, let us as manufacturers try something new. Every product that we've tried to come out in a bottle is something that has not been packaged before in India. And that is how we are trying to be explorers. And you as a consumer, we expect you to try something new, you know, cross your boundary and be like, okay, I've been drinking a certain beer all my life, but let's try something new. And you're that astronaut as well, to go above and beyond out of your comfort zone.
And was the astronaut the first thing that you guys jumped at when you looked at exploration, or were there other any other alternative that you fought with before you settled on
There
this?
was others also, ideas that we were just brainstorming, sitting. There was a pirate that came into mind. There was a Yeti that came into mind. You know, there was multiple other things. But then the astronaut is what stuck with us, you know, and that is what we continued with. And we established ourselves with that mascot. And that's what we are trying to fulfill now.
Thank you. Nikhil, you worked on multiple brands in the beer space over the last fair few years. I wanted to ask you about how important is it to identify your core audience before you start designing a label to reflect your identity? Since distribution can reach multiple segments, especially when you're in retail, how do you ensure that you don't alienate any secondary consumer? So let's say that you've identified a particular consumer segment, you've designed a label around it, but how do you ensure that somebody else, when they look at it on a retail shelf, aren't alienated by what they see?
Yeah, so I'm a little torn on this, to be honest. I mean, like, I feel like there are two ways to go about this. And I feel like when you're in a bottle in retail, it's quite different from when you are in a growler and you're going for the D2C model. So, yeah, in a retail situation, the challenges are very different, right? You have like a wall which is like filled with beers, and you're picking one. So there at that stage, definitely you need to you need to resonate with the person who's picking you out, right? Whereas with D2C, there's so much you have to do before that person even lands on that place to make actually the buying decision has happened before they come to the portal. So it's chalk and cheese, in my opinion, and we approach it like that. You know, again, I'm talking about that same like smaller segment, the influential segment who, if you convince them, then they will, you know, they will promote your brand. I think like designing for them is still so important, and they can see through certain lies, I feel personally. And I'm one of them, right? I myself am a beer consumer. I love beers. I like to go to a shop and I like to see, and I can kind of get like, okay, this guy is trying hard, or this guy is like being genuine, you know? They're not trying to push too hard and say that I am this or I am that, or the message could be layered. You know, I like it when the message is layered, because at a glance I get something, and then the second time I try it, I get something more. And the third time I get something even more. Like for example with you, like maybe the astronaut, just the dark label, and you know, you guys use the PP material, silver PP material. So just the label look might appeal to me, and I might pick you out for that reason, right? I don't get the whole astronaut story or any of that, but I will pick it because I like how it looks. And then after that, I start a conversation with the packaging, with what I'm seeing, and I start to move through the layers that you guys have built out, and that is what is important. As long as there are those layers, that is, I will connect to it. Because I'm sorry, but if, like, you know, if we're talking about like Kingfisher or any commercial brewing, commercial beer, it's just, there's nothing for me to travel through. I'm done. I see it, I'm done. Okay, this is this beer, done. So that to me is an important journey as a consumer, especially in the craft industry, because so much love goes into it. It needs to come through.
So much like the beers, we want the labels to be multi-layered too.
Yes, exactly.
Anish, can you tell us about the sort of research that went into identifying your target audience before you started the whole journey of brand identity, which then translated into your packaging?
So when we started, like, we did a lot of research, you know, which market segment that we want to approach. There was a wide variety, you know. So we tried to cater to the masses. In not just the masses, like as a commercial beer, but how many people can we appeal to? That was our target goal. And we needed to find something that was relatable. So the whole brand story that we tried to build was something that we could reach out and we can have it relatable to multiple people, as many people as possible, basically. I definitely know that I cannot not have to alienate people, but that's with every brand. You know, no brand can try to get everyone's attention. So we're just trying our best out there with our branding, to basically just attract people to our brand. So our label, you know, we worked a lot on our label designs, that, you know, once it's on the shelf, people are just curious by looking at it, that, you know, it's something unique and they want to pick it up, just pick it up and have a look at the label. After that, it's the customer's choice if they want to drink it, they want to buy it or not. We can just hope for the best at that point.
So just one add-on to what Nikhil said. Was there any reassurance at the back of your mind knowing that a lot of these commercial labels are very straightforward? They're just, you get what you give. There's a large brand name. There might or might not be an animal. I don't know why in India we seem to love our animals when we name our beers. But there may be something from the animal kingdom, and that's it. And there's no story there. There's no layer there. There's nothing to travel through. So while you were creating your own identity, was there something at the back of your mind which said, hey, you know what? There are a lot of people who are doing this, but I think no matter what we do, our thought process is right, because we are going to be different from them. So did that give you any reassurance?
Yes. So, you know, okay, so how we have, like, you send out the pointers, right? Let's skip to one of the pointers ahead. How you spoke about, like, you know, craft is all about being fun, right? That's what the connotation is. But I beg to differ on that. It's just because craft is not just about fun, it's about individuality. Today, you can have the most sadistic label also, but it has to be individual. You know, it will cater to the needs of a certain specific consumers, like specific market share that's out there. So the whole thing was that when we were coming up with the brand, we tried to build it for as many people as possible. That was the only thing. And the individuality is what matters the most. Today, the astronaut and my name is what I felt was apt for the brand, right? And apt for the beer that we are trying to create, or apt for the brand that we are trying to create. And only, like I said, we can only hope and we can only pray for the fact that it is accepted by the market. And that is what we are trying. We cannot enforce ourselves upon the consumers that you have to like something, right? That's the whole point about craft.
Thanks. Nikhil, you were talking about going to a retail store, seeing a wall of beer, looking at a couple, maybe picking some up and saying, oh, these guys are trying too hard. I want to ask you something about authenticity. How do you ensure that a consumer believes the story that he or she reads on a label? What are the factors that underline brand authenticity? I mean, of course, the question is to the both of you, but since you said that, you can take a first crack.
That's really interesting, because we work with brands, right? So many brands who have certain claims, and of course, we can't do like, I mean, maybe we are not there yet. Maybe someday we will, where when a brand comes to us and says that, you know, okay, we are ethically sourced ingredients, and, you know, our labels are all 100% recyclable and whatever. And I want you to include this in our story. We can't do a background check. We're not there yet. Like, they'll be like, okay, screw you. We'll work with the other agency. So, but yeah, we do. I do try to get into that headspace of the client to understand what they really, whether they're really, like, you know, down on that promise that they're giving. For example, I'll give you a non-beer example. We worked with Umami Brew recently. They're a kombucha brand, and they've started filtering their kombucha, right? And now a kombucha purist will say that, hey, this is not kombucha. It does not taste like kombucha. But I don't know, you may also know that, is it a kombucha is like, you know, can be debated. Yes, it is a kombucha. It is a kombucha because of the way it's been made. But it's been filtered, and you know, like, you've stopped the process. It's dead at that point. It doesn't? Okay. Okay, it doesn't stop the process. But at least in this case, it's very clear, it looks really nice and all of that. But I personally, like I've had kombuchas in the past and this, the drink to me didn't taste like a kombucha. So I told the client that, look, this is probably not, we should probably change how we position this. And that's when the conversation started where we positioned it, changed the positioning from a kombucha, like a good for you, kombuchas are in this good for you category, then you have a lifestyle category, and you have this like a functional beverage category, which is like a fusion beverage, which is not bad for you, but it's not great for you either. So that's where we've positioned them, and we've changed even the hierarchy of information to make it more about this being just a nice drink to have, rather than this being a good for you kombucha, which is like, you know, full of probiotics. And like we've cut back on all the goodness aspect and just made it just a appealing drink. Like, I want to have this and it's yummy and it's going to be good. So I think to answer your question, like, yeah, there are lots of these claims that are made. I would say, like, honestly, we should take them with a pinch of salt. We should do our research. Nowadays, people have figured out ways to navigate, like label content, you know, like sugar, no sugar. That's not true. There is sugar. It's from some other source. But yeah, I mean, the consumers at this point in time, I think, still at a little nascent stage. They'll get smart. They'll start seeing through your, seeing through whatever you're saying. So it's important to be true and find your space. You know, whether it's in however you want to, but you have to find your space and you have to be firm.
Please, Anisha.
Yeah. So we can make as many claims as we want, you know. Nobody is stopping us. 90% of the people can't even probably tell us, find out if we are not adhering to the claims that we are making. But as a brand owner, as an ethical person, it's my responsibility to show the consumers proof with data and numbers, or, you know, evidence that what we are claiming we are doing. There are multiple ways to do so, you know, through social media marketing, through our website, through events where, suppose, where I do a claim, where I put up a claim on my website or my social media where I'm saying I'm engaging the local community. How do I prove it? I prove it through my brewery tours, where, you know, when you come to the brewery, I will portray, you will see that the local community is being engaged in the brewery. And again, I can't expect people to believe me till they see it with their own eyes. So I have to keep doing different events, propagandas, and marketing stunts or whatever to keep portraying that we are actually true to our kind. And we are being ethical as to whatever claims we are doing. Today, like our zero sugar kombucha also that we make, we exactly make sure that there is no sugar, residual sugar in it, you know, because I want that claim to be true. We are young brands, you know, we are not established for 100 years, 200 years, or even 10, 15 years. You know, if people don't believe us, I have a lifespan of like 5 years or 10 years then. You know, if I want to last for another 100 years, for another 20 years also, I need to do what I'm saying. So I need to work on that, and it is just through, you know, one-on-one with the consumer, you know, engaging the consumer with the brand so that they can understand what we are trying to do, and hopefully they understand that we are true to our kind.
Nice, thank you. You mentioned the term fun earlier. As a marketer, a lot of times when I get a brief, it's very excited people who say, oh, our brand is a fun brand. And you have a lot of times when, you know, that may or may not be true. I'm sure, Nikhil, you've come across this as well, when a brand wants to be something, but they're actually not that. But one thing that keeps cropping up is that we're a fun brand, and craft beer brands have a tendency to strive for the infusion of fun in their visual identity. So, but fun itself is a broad concept. What is deemed funny in one circle may not be to another. And how do you tackle this? You know, back in the day, we used to say that when a customer picks up my bottle and they look at the label, the front label engages them to pick up the bottle, and the back, when they read the back label, maybe they get a half smile, and we're all searching for that half smile, right? Where you know you've built some sort of an initial connection with your consumer. So how is that half smile when a customer picks up your beer for the first time and goes through the label overrated?
No, it's a great thing to strive for. But yeah, that half smile is a expensive one. It's not easy to get. We try to do that in projects, obviously, and yeah, it does not have to be like fun is one of them, I would say. But there are many other ways to do that, to get that half smile. It could be through danger. In my last presentation, I spoke about familiarity, curiosity, and danger. Like even danger could give you that weird half smile that you question yourself. Like, why am I finding this entertaining? So there are ways to do it, and I think yeah. In fact, going down that typical fun way is like almost too easy, and then it's the half smile is actually the smile that comes from inside, like the smile in the mind. There's a ha 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 type of smile, and then there's the smile in your mind. And I feel like the smile in your mind is like the more complex one, and we'd love to get those. That's what we strive for. But if the brand is going for that, not in every case.
So just to ask you one more thing. Say a brand comes to you and says, hey, we want to have a really fun identity and a very fun label. What is the first thing you ask them? Or what would be the first couple of questions that you would ask them? I mean, like, what level of fun, right? Like, what do you mean by fun? Are you a fun brand? Are you those sort of people? Is that what goes through your mind?
No, I would say there are various places where you could queue up fun, right? Like, does it have to be on your label? Does it have to be in your logo? Can your Instagram be fun? I mean, you have to. There is a place to do certain things. Like for example, just like as you said, fun. I had recently a brand who said we want to be punk, right? And I was like, great, let's do punk. I'd love to do punk. And we built this full punk brand, right? And eventually, when we did this project through lockdown, and finally, when I actually got to know the brand and got to know the people behind it, I realized that this is not a punk brand from any angle. So we had to literally rebrand them because otherwise I look like the idiot, So yeah, sometimes that happens, what happens very often, I've noticed this, that breweries, especially like craft beer, the owners like to put themselves into the brand, and that is good. I respect that. When there's a strong personality in the people behind the brand, yes, it should come through. Sometimes it should come through. Sometimes maybe not. Sometimes you want a story. Like, I don't know if you guys, if astronauts was something that you all wanted to be when you were kids. Is that? Maybe? Yeah, maybe. So, I mean, there are some people who are like, when we're doing our strategy session with them, we're trying to unlock the brand by conversations with them. And we realize that, man, this guy is somewhere else, and what he wants is something else. So it's horses for courses. Different situations require different solutions.
Anish, you were talking about being individualistic with your branding and your label, but even if you weren't gunning for fun, that just happened on your labels. Like, it's in the actions that the astronaut is taking care of, like a honey ale where he's extracting honey from a hive on a satellite, for example. So how did that happen? Like, was that just a byproduct of the individualism you were seeking, or was that also something you wanted to be as you went along?
We definitely wanted to be fun. Okay, let's come back to stereotyping, everyone who is trying to start a brand. But again, with humorous perspective, and that's how the individualism comes into play. Today, like I said, like in the first question, that you had asked, we said that we can just hope that the masses or the consumers like what you're doing on your label or with the product, and that is what we hope when we design these. It was humorous for us, and we hope that it was humorous for other people as well. And in like the latter part of this question was, do we strive for that half smile? Today, in today's day and age, everyone is bombarded with marketing and advertisement. So at that point, when there's marketing and advertisement all around you, that half smile is precious to us. Is because that half smile is what makes us impactful and makes us relatable to the consumer, so that it sticks in their head and they remember us. So probably in the future they pick us up from the shelves.
I'd like to add one small thing to this, is that how when what an Easter egg concept is, like you have an Easter egg in something. I always feel like we like to kind of put that into some of the work we do, because that basically makes some insiders to the brand. So you're having a Makadi, I'm having a Makadi, and if you show me that, hey, did you know this about, like there's this thing in this.
Did you see this tiny element that most people miss out on?
And that conversation I will never forget. It's like you have got me. So those kind of Easter eggs to put into a brand is great, and those are the layers that I was talking about, like which are always very, very beneficial.
Anish, back to you on this one. To both of you, but starting with you, and I'll tell you why. I'm talking about culture. So visual nods to elements of popular and counterculture. And these are often used to reinforce the story being communicated on a label. How do you select the cultural associations that are represented on a label and ensure that the consumer understands them fairly quickly? Now, why I want to start with you is every label of yours tells a story, right? I have Belgian monk astronaut. I have honey extractor astronaut in space. I have an astronaut on a lazy boy video gaming on an American ale. I have a lot of questions about that one, but that might be for another conversation.
We never released that one.
So how do you actually select the cultural references that you're using on a label? And how do you ensure that your broad consumer base will actually get it fairly quickly?
Again, we can hope for the best. Every branding team needs to have somebody from the human psychology background. They are the ones who know best what the consumer requires. But again, at the end of the day, me and my brother, we put in all our effort for every label out there, and we had faith in ourselves. Today, when we started our brand, we wanted the brand to represent us as co-founders of that brand. And we had to just believe in ourselves. We did not care what the marketing team is saying. We did not care what our designer is saying. We cared what we wanted. And sometimes, that is what brings out the individuality in the brand, is that, the co-founders are believing, or the founders of the company are believing in what they are doing. And they're doing what they want, not listening to everyone else. Today, you can listen to 1,000 people out there, but then you're lost. You're just lost out there and you have no direction. So sometimes it's important to do what you want to do with your brand than to listen to everyone, and come up with ideas will keep coming in. You will get overwhelmed at one point, but then you have to not be overwhelmed and put your finger down and be like, I want this. And you go ahead with this, hoping that it goes well.
Nikhil, your thoughts? You are one of the leading branding and design agencies in the country. Are you a human psychologist as well?
I'm not a human psychologist, but I kind of very often find myself as being the target audience for many of these brands, right? And beer aside, we do a lot of other stuff. We do, food related things, and they do see value in working with us because we are the TG. So what I think, I'm not just saying it from it's not just me versus the client, hey, I think it should be red, and the client's like, no, I think it should be blue. So that conversation has no end, right? So it's always like, what does the brand need? What do the people want? What does the consumer need? But yeah, coming back to cultural references, definitely. I mean, we if you see like what the visual culture is in packaging that you see abroad, it's just gone to some other level now. Like I don't know if you've seen End of Days by I think Dogfish Head. They had put this taxidermy squirrel. They put a bottle inside it in a taxidermy squirrel, and that was from Ice Age, right? Like the whole Ice Age squirrel thing, End of Days. So like taking cues from popular culture is great. Like, I mean, you guys have done it with the astronaut. Everybody knows the astronaut. So you got to play with those things, but you have to give it a twist. You have to give it something more than like how you guys have done, right? Like you got to take it and push that idea further. For example, like with us, and these are one of those hidden Easter eggs. Like in the Great State Crazy, the collage of like stamps that we have, there's one of the elements is a broken crown. Have you noticed that? So there's a broken crown, and if you see any big beer has a crown, it's by the state, it's state approved, so you take that crown and you break it, say that this is not state approved, this is anti-establishment. So that's kind of like those little things which I'm sure nobody knows this, and probably they will get rebranded now and it'll just be forgotten, but I got my kick out of it, and I think some people also maybe did notice that. But yeah, those are those Easter eggs that I was talking about.
Nice. For my last question, I want to talk about any broad guidelines that you can leave us with today. So are there any broad guidelines or approximate percentages of how labeled real estate should be divided between visuals, story text, and essential information? Now, of course, the government mandates certain things, so keeping that aside, since this is impacted by the size of the label, you have wraparound labels, you have cans which have a lot of real estate, you have dual labels, front and back, etc. Is there a method to arrive at a cost-benefit analysis for this? I mean, what are you giving up and what are you achieving?
So how I like to go about it is through information hierarchy, right? I don't think there is any clear like guideline that I can just put a blanket rule out here to say that aisa karte hai. No. But it's hierarchy. So what we normally do is an exercise where we do information hierarchy. We will say that, okay, this is your brand name, this is your tagline, this is your variant name, this is your kind of, the benefits or the USP of what's in it for the consumer. And you list these things out, and you then start shuffling, it's hierarchy. So you take something, make it big, and hierarchy doesn't just have to be big and small, right? Hierarchy could be like, I can isolate something in a lot of white space and it will shout out louder than something that is in like 72 point size, big text, right? So there are many ways to navigate information hierarchy, but it's the conversation between the founder or the marketing person or whoever is in charge and us is that, what do you want to say loudest? If you're a new beer, you want to say your brand name because that's the first thing you want to establish. Maybe some people have different strategy where they want to make the SKU get popular. Like I have had clients who have said that, no, I don't want my brand name to be the first thing you see, but I want my variant name because I want that to become its own brand later. I want to detach it later, for example. So it's down to what the intention is, to be honest. So.
Anish, anything to add to that?
I agree with Nikhil. The moment we put guidelines to making a label, you're going the commercial route. And in the craft industry, we can't have any guidelines. Today, if I want my whole label to just have my brand name on it, I can do that. If I want my whole label to not have my brand name, just an artwork on it, I can do that. And that's the beauty about craft. That brings out the individuality that we've been speaking about all this while. You can do what you want. You can hope that it resonates with your consumers, and you have to try your best. And today, putting a guideline to a label is what the government is doing, and we will adhere to it. But there shouldn't be any guidelines. The people should have the choice to make their labels the way they want to and call it true to craft. That's it.
Do you know of this guideline? I came across this while we were working on moonshine, that you're not supposed to put a woman on a craft beer, on a alcohol brand.
That is.
Have you heard of this? This is real.
Yeah, I know about it. We were talking at the time.
We were talking about it just blew my mind. I was like, oh, what?
So, may I? I mean, can I share? So there was this distributor, and they were trying to get this brand of spirits down from abroad, and it showed a guy and a girl ballroom dancing on the label. It was a cartoon representation. It wasn't an actual photograph, and they ran into issues that to change the label. Around the same time, from what I heard, I don't know if this is true, but I heard it from a very reliable source. While they were in that sweeping motion of are there ladies represented on alcohol labels, apparently somebody was called in to answer why is it Queen Victoria on Bombay Sapphire? There's a queen head, right? That was questioned as to why is it on the label. So we go through phases, and certain rules pop up and are established to a greater extent. But
so with me, I'll tell you, when I just started the brand, we not registered our labels also, and the first query that came from the excise department was, your label doesn't say beer anywhere. I'm like, do I need to actually mention the word beer? I'm like, ale means beer, right? So, but they wanted the word beer. It can be anywhere on the label. It can be at the back in like a tiny minuscule form, but it needs to be there. So those guidelines we can never understand, but we just got to do it and get the business going, It's at that point.
thank you so much, guys. This has been an insightful discussion. I'm going to open it up to the audience if you have any questions for the panel. Okay. Do you understand?
Hello. So, it was fun listening to all of you guys talk about brands and all that. Couple of points like I saw was about this whole fun factor. So, I think the fun gets lost when everybody is trying to do fun. So, I think you touched upon individual. So, when people try to be individual and authentic, I think that's more important than the fun factor. Of course, it's nice to have a laugh and have that stand out. So I felt, but everybody's tone is so similar. So when that happens, I think it's difficult to stand out in that kind of a setup. Which brings me as a segue to another point, which is the tone of the messages that we put out for craft beer. So what I generally see these days, and maybe it's a trend, is to have this tongue-in-cheek kind of humor that's being used for all the messaging. That is also sort of getting tiresome, I feel. And there's like a whole spectrum, from outright, sacrilege to, on one end, to like, mild, suggestive kind of humor, So that I felt was also being overdone. And I mean, still it's fun to do these kinds, and it's also used in corporate level, Silicon Valley businesses where we are in the middle of Bangalore. So that kind of messaging is also used. But I feel at some level, when everybody is using the same tone, again, it comes down to that. So you have any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I'll take that. So I think like it kind of, hello? Yeah. To answer your question, I think like at some level, this is like a bit of an early craft beer as an industry is still at a little bit of a nascent stage out here. And yes, we are now sitting with all craft beer folk. So for us, it's not. But to the average person, they feel like, if you start getting snooty, like there's the snooty side of it. I love that. I love to get all technical into these things. But we have to kind of taper the message down to make it accessible. And I think maybe that's where keeping it accessible is kind of like you can say like the easy way to get to the larger piece of the pie. Of course, if you're now talking to just pure IPA lovers, then your messaging can be very different, very much more nuanced and layered and things like that. But if you're talking, and if your sales channel is kind of looking more at the large piece of the pie, then you have to keep your humor also accessible.
Nothing to add to that. What Nikhil is saying is like same thing, but like again, you have to stand out in the crowd, right? That's what you're trying to say, and you will never be able to stand out in the crowd nowadays. Initially back in the day when there were just 2 brands or 3 brands out there, it was much easier. And today with so many people out there competing for the same thing, I don't believe it's a competition. Firstly, we are here to give more to the consumers. That is what I believe in. And again, something might relate to you, which might not relate to the other person, and that's perspective. And because of this large population, we can live on that perspective, that there are multiple brands and some of those brands relate to some people and the other brands relate to the other people. And we're not here to compete with each other, rather than give what the consumer wants, rather than push a product into their faces that you need to drink this and you need to have this. And that is what we are looking for. So making as many products possible is a good thing, that the consumers can choose what they want to consume.
Anish, it's fun that you say that, because our first panel tomorrow morning is on differentiation in a crowded marketplace.
I had one more. Yeah.
Sure. We'll come to you after.
What do you guys see in labeling these days in terms of what is working in the Indian market? Is woke labeling really the thing that people are doing now? And yeah, wherein you say like, oh, sugar-free, ethically sourced malt or yeast, or that kind of stuff. Is it really something that a consumer cares about these days? Again, it comes down to, okay, initially it was something that was a trend and people cared about it. What are your thoughts on this one?
So we did touch on authenticity and customers believing what they read and brands walking the talk, as opposed to just slapping it on a label. But would you guys want to add something else to that?
Yeah, I think that we kind of spoke about it. But I think being woke is good. Like, I think it's important to know. And yes, it's kind of like overdone sometimes, but it's good to know what you're getting into.
I feel woke labels in India is a must, is because India has a very premature market compared to the rest of the world, especially like the Western market that we are talking about. I'll just give you an example, like kombucha. Kombucha in the US, if you have a kombucha brand there, you can just write plain kombucha on the label. People will know it's it's probiotic, it's fermented, it's antioxidant properties, it's polyphenol, it has got polyphenols and multiple other health benefits. They don't need to be woke. Why? Because it's a mature market. People have been educated about the product, so they don't need to have to mention anything on the label. They can just mention the product. Whereas in India, we have a larger population. Firstly, we have 4 times the population of a country like US, and we are still not there that we just write the word kombucha on it and expect 1.5 billion people to understand what kombucha means. So till we do not, as manufacturers, till we do not make the effort to educate our consumers, it is our loss, it is the consumer's loss, and we are getting nowhere. So the initial brands that come up with these products, they have to make the effort to teach the consumers why have extra hops in your beer, or why have specially sourced yeast in your beer, or why drink kombucha, or whatever. Any craft product, why is the question. Every curious human being wants to know why they should do something like that. And it's the manufacturers that have to portray it in their brand, that they understand and educate the people so that they can move towards a healthier lifestyle.
For too long have we been shackled by insipid promises on labels? We had a question in the back.
Hi, my question is mainly to Nikhil. Craft beer is not only a nascent industry in Maharashtra, it's also it's a constantly evolving one. So now that you marry your design sensibilities with the strategy of the brand, etc., and because it's evolving and our objectives also keep changing from the brand's perspective, what I want to ask is that once you implement a particular project, what are the mechanisms you employ after that to kind of find out whether it's working or not? Because as small brands, we don't really have the resources. Our sample size is small. We don't have resources to do any kind of a market research or employ that in a very scientific way. So what are the mechanisms that you employ to find out whether those objectives are being met?
I think we don't have any specific, or at least this would be an agency that our client would have to employ, like an insights, a consumer insights research agency, for example, to understand whether this is working or a particular campaign is working. And anyways, we are not, I don't think you are, apart from doing Instagram ads, you're not doing outdoors or anything like that, advertising, big advertising. So I don't know whether there are any real ways to gauge this. I guess your sales would be the best reflector of this. You could do it in how kind of A/B testing happens. So do something for a while, switch it off, switch to something else for a while, see that continuously do some messaging, stop that messaging, change the messaging, see how that other thing kind of reflected. Do it for events, use events. I think events are a great way to also try these things on. For one event, use a certain messaging. For the next event, completely change your messaging. See how post-event, what has that done for you? And because I don't think we're in that large-scale advertising format where we can gauge and track these things.
Yeah, like what Nikhil said, sales is the best way to go about it. You need to see your product offtake. Today, if you're getting multiple reorders on a certain product, it means it's working. Why do you want to change it? You just have to be patient about it, that it becomes big enough. So today, patience is obviously key to any successful business, right? But at the same time, yes, okay, I'll tell you a good example that we also had an issue with. So we had a Burecha O, which is a zero sugar prebiotic kombucha. And it was we went for a very simple, very modernized label, very minimalistic label where it is a completely white background with a little bit of color on it, saying a brand name in a very thin font. And we had a very low consumer offtake on that product. So within 1 year of that product's launching, we've already rebranded that label and we are coming out again. Why? Because we got to know that through our sales data that the product offtake is low. Second was consumer feedback as do we need any change in the flavor profile of the product. That was something that we were getting from our distributors, our retailers, even events that we were present at. And we have completely rebranded our product into a kombucha seltzer, which is firstly one of its kind in the market, and it helped us gain a better perspective and helped us make a better product for the consumers. And today I'm very happy with what we've come up with after a year. So there will be certain times that you will launch a product into the market and you will have to do a market study and rebrand it, but don't be scared to do that. It's just keep going ahead, that is what craft is about. Make your product better with time, not worse. You got to increase the quality of your product, not decrease the quality of your product. Rather it be packaging, rather it be the product inside.
Thanks.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? Yeah.
What was your favorite label that you've worked on so far? Nikhil, I guess.
Favorite label that I think like personally, if you were to ask me as a designer, personally, I would say like the Moonshine label. Because that was where I could drop my designer hat and stop thinking about the benefit of the brand and all of those things and move more into like just an indulgent approach to saying that I'm just going to do my thing and here, take this, you know. That's about it.
Any more questions? Okay, that's a wrap then, guys. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us all this insight. I'm sure we are taking away a lot of stuff from here. And thanks for being around. Let's go grab a beer. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Cheers.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. Audience, can we have them, give them a big, big round of applause. That was indeed an interactive and informative session. Well, time to move on to the next session, which is going to be a presentation by SmartBev Neer, the most clever yeast solution for brewing alcohol-free beer. Yeast fermentation is the heart of great beer, especially the non-alcoholic beers. With Neer, CHR Hansen delivers a unique frozen liquid yeast for sustainable, cost-effective, and above all, great tasting 0% beer that is crafting on an industrial scale. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause on stage, let us invite our speaker, Mr. Adwin Eaton, Strategic Account Manager, CHR Hansen, Food Cultures and Enzymes Division for Fermented Beverages and Business. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big hand.
Can you hear me already? No? Is it working now? Better? Thank you. Hope you don't mind. Multitasking is not my strongest side. Okay, my name is Ad van Etten and I am Strategic Account Manager within Christian Hansen. I've been working with Christian Hansen for 30 years now. And in my previous role, I had to tell the French people how to make wine. So I hope that during the COVID, none of this confidence has left me, because now I'm standing in front of a lot of brewers telling them how to use yeast. So good luck to me. Let me see if this works. Yep. What I want to talk to you about today especially is our concept Neer, which is a sustainable, cost-effective solution for brewing non-alcoholic beers. Now there's a lot of important words already in the first sentence, and I'm going to prove that this is correct. First, sustainable. Then cost-effective. The last one is a brewing. So it's not like the Japanese beers, which are flavored lemonades. It's a true brewed solution for non-alcoholic beers. I like India. And I'm really pleased that finally my colleagues, thank you very much, invited me to come to India and give me an opportunity again for the first time to work here. I'm a numbers man. And what fascinates me is, for instance, this fact of Sunya. Now, I don't know who of you are familiar with the fact of Sunya, but Sunya was the concept of zero, which was invented by Brahmagupta in 628. Yeah? Without Sunya, no science. Without Sunya, no maths. Without Sunya, no production. An extremely important invention by the Indians. We're now 1500 years later. Things have changed in India. At the moment, every number between 0 and 1 million has disappeared. Whatever it is you can think of, India's got more of 1 million of it. Yeah? One of the numbers in those millions is teenagers. Every year, 14 million teenagers reach the legal drinking age. That is an extremely important group of consumers. For one, in a couple of years, they will be your competitors, your business partners, your bosses, or your employees. For the other one, it's now the time to get loyal, lifetime brand loyalty for your brands. But the last one, and that's where we come in, you have to teach them respect for alcohol. I think that's extremely important. Now, how can you teach them respect for alcohol? Is by making sure that you have a full gamut of products, that you give them a choice. And it's all about choice. Now, one slide only about the company I work for. We are a leading bioscience company, where fermentation is at our core. Yeah? We split over two divisions, the food cultures and enzymes and the health and nutrition. And a lot of the knowledge bases that we have are very relevant to the brewing industry. But mainly we are fermentation experts who have this whole range from probiotics to bioprotection to plant health and to plant-based beverages where we can help you with the fermentation. That's all about Christian Hansen. If you want to know more, look at our website. Non-alcoholic beer. It's interesting. It's probably within the segment, the fastest growing segment worldwide. If you look at these numbers, in each of the leading markets, non-alcoholic beverage, non-alcoholic beers outpace normal beer. Now, for two reasons. There's a push from the consumer, there's a pull from the producer. The push from the consumer comes out of the wish to have more healthy products, to have more choice. Alternatives, for instance, to soft drinks, to juices with high calories, or the alcoholic beverage, but they want to have a taste that suits the adults. The push from the producers is money. In most of the markets where you put non-alcoholic beverages on the market, you're not bothered with the excise and the duties. So for each dollar that you put a product on the market, you make about 20% more than with the normal beer. That's why, for instance, AB InBev has as a target that by 2025 they want to have 20% of their production coming from low and no alcohol beverages. It's a money driver. The near concept that I mentioned about in the beginning, it's a unique yeast concept. It's based on a frozen liquid format. I'll show you a slide on this one. It's produced for direct pitching, so you don't have to propagate it anymore. It's an enormous pure product. It's 100% purity. It's very consistent, and it's got very high quality standards. It requires no activation. You can just put it straight into your fermentation tanks. These are the benefits that we see in frozen liquid cultures. Now, Christian Hansen, we've been supplying the dairy industry all over the world for decades with frozen microorganisms. We have the logistics, we have the capabilities to bring these cultures to your door. So it provides a perfect combination of high quality, long shelf life, convenient solutions. The yeast is dormant, so you can reactivate it very quickly. It's consistent high vitality and viability. So again, it performs very rapidly, high purity, and it's easy to use, even if you just want to use it as a backup culture. So you have a full sensory, and maybe you can visit us later on, we're just around the corner, where you can have a taste. Yeah? We have a lager made with this yeast. It's got a full sensory impact. Yeah? It has efficient production. It doesn't produce any diacetyl, so you don't have to use any maturation process in the beer, so you can produce it about 4 to 6 days quicker. Sustainability is very high. I'll show you later the impact on the sustainability, and it's a vast route in production, but also from production to the market. We develop new concepts with large accounts within 6 months. Again, because you rule out the propagation. This is the difference in the old method of producing the alcohol-free beer and the new method that we are promoting. On one side, you have the fermentation, the dealcoholization, addition of flavor, because you lose so many flavors with dealcoholization. You go to bottling and pasteurization. Now, if you can stay the step about dealcoholization, you very likely can also skip the step of addition of flavors. So you go from your fermentation straight to your bottling and to pasteurization. 24 hours fermentation, cooling, 2 days later, it can be in the bottles. This is probably the most important slide that shows you how it's working. Yeah? Let me explain for the brewers amongst you. First of all, this is not 0.0, this is 0.5. But for the presentation, it's important. What is happening with this yeast is that within 120 hours, it takes away all the monosaccharides. Yeah? Within the 24 hours, it depletes very quickly the oxygen. Now, for the clever guys under you, you can see that as soon as the oxygen is depleted, ethanol production starts to come. So if you want to produce with this yeast a 0.0, it is key that you keep the oxygen levels at a certain pace. So then the yeast won't produce any ethanol, it just will produce the cells to give it the flavor. So that's on the fermentation. On the other side, you have the production of flavors, which are very dominant in the beer. So you've got the isoamyl acetate, which normally is the banana flavor that you see in a Heineken. You've got the phenolic acetate, which is a more rose flavor, and together it gives the characteristics in the beer, which is by most people described as pear, apricot, that kind of flavor profiles. So one side manage the fermentation, and the other side manage the flavors. Now we come to the sustainability. Now, Christian Hansen, within its field, have been voted a most sustainable company in the world for 2 years running. We take this serious. And if you come up with a concept where you can start normally with 10 to 12 Plato to make an alcoholic-free beer and take it out, the concept that we are bringing, you start with 4 to 8 Plato. The samples that we have are 6 Plato. That makes an enormous impact on your malt consumption. 12 Plato, 6 Plato. You can reduce your malt consumption by nearly 50%. Theory behind it is very simple. If you don't need the alcohol, you don't need the sugars. Yeah? Now what does that mean? You like money. If you compare, let's say, a beer with a normal beer production, and we work a lot with these kind of calculations for our customers, where you can put your numbers in, and you reduce from 11 to 6 Plato. How does that work through? At the moment, we calculate that you can save about 49% on your malt consumption. Now, with what's happening now in Russia and Ukraine, you all know what that will mean for your pricing. The malt consumption prices are going sky high. So this is even going to be worse if you start producing with a lot of malt. So that's a big thing. But not only financially, I said we are into sustainability. We also calculate the carbon emission, the effect on the carbon emission by reducing your malt consumption. And I think we were talking earlier, the earlier presentation about stories. This is a story. If you can reduce your CO2 output by about 40–50%, that's a story that you can tell your consumers. 4 ingredients, no alcohol, very good carbon emission. So this is something, and we make this calculation for, let's say, each and individual country, because that has an effect on the carbon emissions. But that shows again how serious we take this kind of issues. So I'm nearly there. I hope you like the idea behind the concept, and more or less why I'm here is just to make you think what we as a leading bioscience company can do with you leading brewers. I think, this is just the beginning. Fermentation is key. The consumers like the fermentation. The young people see fermentation as a very positive technology to be used. And here I'm coming with a saving on malt, no requirements for CapEx and OpEx, and a saving on flavors. So I hope this inspires you to come and visit us later on and have a drink of the beer with me. That's it. Sunya. You invented it. Now start brewing with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we please give him a big hand? Well, moving on to our next presentation, the topic being eye pumping in brewing, or pumping brew intelligently. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to be welcoming on stage Mr. Chetan Kamkar, Sales Developer, F&B Pharma, Chemical, IMEA, Grundfos Pumps, India Private Limited. Over to you, sir.
Hello? Am I audible? Hello? Yeah, now I think I'm audible. Okay. First of all, a very good evening to one and all. Welcome to this marvelous event organized for the first time for a microbrewery segment. And I'll have a small presentation where the purpose of the presentation would be to notice how a molecule of water will pass through different stages and come out. And in order to pressurize that molecule, in order to have that molecule going through different stages, how would we encompass this with our current sustainability goals? Lesser usage of water and lesser energy consumption. So that will be my topic of presentation. I will start by introducing my company first. So to give an idea how we are placed, not only in India, but also globally. So with this, let me start my presentation. So here we are a group of company which is a Danish firm, all started in 1945 by a founder member, Paul Johansen. And it was the first submersible pump which we invented, and then rest is a history. More than 77 years have passed. Right now we are about 3.8 billion euros as a turnover, net turnover, as per the last year's statistics. And we are a team of 19,000 employees globally. We have our manufacturing plants globally, 34 manufacturing plants globally, and which is catering to assembly units of 15 numbers. So to take into perspective from Indian perspective, we have two assembly plants. One is in Chennai and one is in Ahmedabad, which is catering to the needs of Indian subcontinent. So this is our third generation of founder member. If you notice this slide suggests 88% of the ownership is still with the foundation. So this is essentially a family-owned business. Now, this gives a very strong backup information about how we are taking our growth prospects. We want to be not only in this current scenario, but we are looking at future very strongly. And that's why the stake is still with our owners, and we are maintaining that. If you see the next part of it, our 5% of our profitability is always, every year on year, we invest it in future R&D developments. So that ensures us to have products, solutions, mostly application-based, to getting rolled out every year on year. Now, with this, let's start on the core topic. As I said, I'll be taking you through a molecule of water, how it progresses through different stages. Now, if you see, for this to happen, we would require pumps, we would require certain accessories of pumps, and pumps is on the first part of it, so that's known to everybody. It's single-stage pumps. There are many manufacturers in this segment. But if you see the right part of the story, extreme right, this pump doesn't work alone. Or in order to pumping to work efficiently, it has to coordinate with different accessories. Now, accessories can be sensors, accessories can be drives, accessories can be communication with the backend system, and this has to work in tandem. So today, what are we discussing? We are discussing about lesser breakdowns. We are discussing about lesser downtimes. So will it make a difference if we have one vendor who will give all this and take one ownership for this? Plus, while doing that, enhancing the efficiency of the plant. So that is where the center of the product, which we see here, e-pumps, which comes into perspective. Now, whatever we see in the right, drives, communications protocols, sensors, can be incorporated with this center product, which is the iSolution product. Now, our e-pumps, we say. Now, when you talk about these pumps can work on their own. And this has very extremely user-friendly interface where we can set in whatever parameters we have. From pumping perspective, we require 4 parameters to be looked at. One is the level, one is the pressure, one is the flow, and temperature. All this can be configured on the HMI of the pump itself. So isn't it a very ergonomically user-friendly solution? That's where we are. That's where we are manufacturing it. Now, while doing that, we also enhance the efficiencies, the motor efficiencies, along with the pump efficiencies. We are right now talking about something which is IE5, as per IEC norms. So that's the maximum efficiency we have. If I go ahead, it can give you this many parameters. Now parameters as in sense, we can talk about power consumption, you can talk about RPM, you can talk about running hours, you can talk about communicating between the pumps, it can talk about temperatures of water. Obviously, for certain parameters, it would require sensor inputs. So that can be directly taken by this pump on its control panel itself. So we are trying to give you a solution to you, which is not essentially a pump, but it's a solution which is application based. Now what are these applications? Let us see in brewery what can we have. So from brewery perspective, we will require pumps, require disinfection systems, because it has to follow certain standards. We are dealing with beer which is meant for human consumption. So whatever happens, we are dealing with organisms as well, which are benefiting for human being. But this cannot be left at large with wastewater kind of solution. So we are talking about disinfection systems which are chlorine or chlorine dioxide based. So we have those part as well to treat the wastewater or maybe the source of water. We are talking about solutions which are into pump controllers. So in an event, if you need to have application based solutions, you need to have controllers which can communicate with a backend system. At the same time, it should also communicate with different accessories and pumps as well. So it will work as one unit altogether, giving you one vendor responsibility, and also your downtimes will be lesser. We are talking about sensor solutions. So we have a stall here where we have put our sensors also on display. So these sensors are essentially the pressure or differential pressure transmitters. These are flow transmitters. These are combo transmitters where we'll have both the signals. We'll have pressure as well as temperature as well. So if it's required, we can have combination sensors as well. So in a nutshell, if I try to have this on one platform, in the sense and different stages in a brewery, we have pumps application in case of boiler application. So you need a steam to heat the water when malt or as we say barley has to be boiled for. So we have pumps for boiler feed applications, and with an intelligent control, as I said, application based control, which will also not only ensure right amount of flow is going in, but also have an impact with other essential parameters of the boiler like steam quality or maybe your fuel consumptions as well. If you go further, after heating process, you need to cool it down. You cool it down where probably your glycol cooling systems comes into place. Now we have pumps which can take in glycol pumping as well, with supplying it to different loads, cooling it to a temperature where probably, as said, yeast can be mixed and then probably yeast can be added, probably the further process can be taken place. Further to which, we have pumps for the water intake as well. So if you're having a source of water coming from maybe a river or maybe the local dam authorities or municipal authorities, you need to have it pumped from the underground tanks to the overhead tanks. For that, we have submersible pumps. We have single stage end suction surface pumps as well, which comes into picture, followed by cleaning in place. For cleaning in place, we require high pressure pumps, probably with hot water arrangements or pressurized water arrangements. So both with this kind of arrangements we have cooling systems, as I said, the purpose of this presentation slide is not to go into details, but I need to give you an idea where and how we can play our part. So construction-wise, I will not go into details of end suction, multi-stage, inline or end suction. I mean, this will be a confusing presentation. So I will just give you an idea where we are playing our part. From water treatment perspective, we have solutions which not only give pumping, that is centrifugal pumps or metering pumps, but also give control solutions. So these solutions are something which is user-friendly. At the same time, this also gives you an efficiency part, like lesser chemical consumptions, at the same time, lesser power consumption as well. When I talk about water use, we have a very essential case study which we have done for a brewery in Denmark, which will be followed by a small case study. I will take it in the last, how we have helped the brewery in consuming less water for producing 1 liter of beer. Then at the fag left end, we have something called as conditioning monitoring. Now things are moving in a north direction where we are looking at something which is preventive maintenance. When we talk about preventive maintenance, it is essential we should track not only the pressure or flow or temperature or level part of the pumps, but also the vibration part. We have electric motors into it. So we have sensors which can track in vibration as well, and based on its own algorithm can predict you if there is any predictive maintenance to be required, so that you will be essentially equipped with all spares at the right time without having with having lesser downtime. So that's our motto. Now this is the solution which we have talked for water treatment perspective. Now water treatment, when it comes into place, we design it for the worst kind of scenarios, TDS at the worst kind of scenarios, and for which we have dosing of chemicals, so that our final quality of water is very much equivalent to be used as for production of beers. But what if the TDS quality varies? Now when TDS quality varies, your dosing has also to vary, and this cannot be predicted, at least in Indian kind of scenarios. So for that, we have certain controllers. We have devised it for for metering pumps as well as centrifugal pumps, which will essentially dynamically, based on input water parameters, it will change the set points. Now what will that give it to you? That will give it to you a lesser backwash cycles. That will give you lesser CEB, chemical enhanced backwash, and this will also reduce this also help you on less consumption on high pressure pumps across the membranes as well. So the whole idea is giving you savings in chemical, savings in power, and at the same time a solution which is not complicated, and at the same time also giving you a solution which is from one vendor. So we don't have to call different vendors, get their try to find out solutions. So that is the idea where we are coming from. We are not only for sales here, we also have service segment for us. These are the services which we provide from service perspective. We are there for supporting you in spares. We are there to you for supporting you in inspections. We are regularly conducting energy checks, energy audits for the existing installation as well, in order to us to understand whether really that has to be changed. We are in requirement of changing the current scenario. Further to which, if these are the three parameters on which nowadays breweries are taking shape. No, they are looking at something which should have lesser footprint in terms of lesser CO2 footprint. Now that is something talking about energy savings. If you go into process efficiency, we are looking at lesser downtime. So there should be something as condition monitoring or controllers which will help you in essentially understanding what actually is happening in your process and how we can ensure your process will run continuously. And then last but not the least, now we have total cost of ownership. So if we are being contacted at the right point of time, we can help you in the total cost of ownership of plants as well. So this is on three parameters as a punch point I would like to look for any brewery to operate and where we can play our part. So now I'll talk about a case study which we have done in Denmark. So this was for a brewery in Denmark where the consumption of water was 3.4 liters for producing 1 liter of beer. Now when it was analyzed, it was looked after like 65% of the water was utilized for CIP processes. And this water, since it was used for CIP processes, has to be treated and then left to, after treating, it was left to the reservoirs to take care of. But if we go into details, when we went into details, we understood like if we treat this water and we remove all the harmful chemicals, 90% of this water can be reused. So that 90% of water cannot be used in beer manufacturing or bottling the beer, but essentially the same water can be used for cleaning purposes. So that's how the whole study was done, and we were successful in getting for producing 1 liter of beer, the volume of water which can be used dropped down from 3.4 to 1.7. So it was 50% of the water savings was noticed after doing this study. Now this is where the things are going on. We are talking about sustainability. We are talking about water consumption per liter of beer manufacturing. This is where things will be going on in future as well, and there we are right now. What essentially a person or any owner needs to understand is how can we reduce our downtime, because the downtime is something which is killing the cost part of it. So this is where I would like you to think, and that's why this slide was put into perspective. Can we essentially have lesser amount of downtime or lesser unplanned man-hours so that, not only at the time of putting up the plant, but also in the operations of the plant, when the plant is operating, your cost should not have a hiccup, a weird kind of operation cost or maintenance cost coming up. So this is what I would like to have a takeaway for all the people here, followed by if anybody is looking forward for any projects to be put in and want to have a discussion, we are there here. We have a team here all together. This is our stall, and I would like to introduce my sales head also, who is sitting here. Shankar Rajaram and regional sales head James also are sitting here. So we have a team, not only from sales but service also here. We can discuss on any projects where probably pumps can play its part. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
right, thank you so much. Indeed, a super informative presentation, and I think Mr. Chetan definitely got on the ground to keep all of you engaged. So give him a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much for being a part. Well, moving on to the next presentation, the topic being Yeasts of the Future. Let me invite Selvi Van Zandijk, PhD Director, Sales and Marketing, Brewing Yeast, Bacteria and Nutrients. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause.
About a new generation of yeast, hybrid yeast or superior brewing yeast. So what's a hybrid yeast? So as you all know, there's different yeasts will have different characteristics and produce different type of beer. Now, if you are interested in some characteristics that come from one yeast and characteristics that come from another yeast, there's actually a way to cross the yeast to get the best of both of them, and that's called a hybrid. So the way we do that is by making the yeast reproduce or mate. So when you brew beer, what's happening in your fermenter is what we call asexual reproduction. So the yeast will divide and form a bud. Now, when you do a hybridization, you're actually using sexual reproduction. So you're putting the yeast in front of each other and hoping they will mate and get the best of both parents. So what's the interest of doing or hybridizing yeast? The interest is that you get to create, in a natural way, yeast that are better than their parental strains, right? So what's really interesting for the brewing industry is you can then decide what characteristic you want to enhance. And these could be flavor. This could be about flavor. So let's say you have a great yeast for you have a Weizen, but you want to get more banana. So how do you create more banana? You could use a hybrid where the enzymatic activity that produces that particular flavor is increased. You can also decrease flavor. Let's say you don't want any diacetyl or you don't want any sulfur. You can also do that by hybridizing yeast. Then there is performance. You want a yeast that's able to ferment faster or able to resist to higher temperature. Okay, so resistant to stress, a yeast that can be more tolerant to alcohol. And safety. I will introduce a little bit later a particular yeast that we hybridize so that it doesn't have the diastaticus gene. So it's a saison yeast, but without the diastaticus gene, which can create problem during beer production if the yeast has not finished its fermentation. So it's a natural process, and the best example you already have of a hybrid in the brewing world is the lager yeast. So the lager yeast is actually a hybridization that happened centuries ago. It's a natural hybridization between a Saccharomyces cerevisiae, which is a standard brewing yeast, and a Eubayanus from Patagonia. So that's a yeast that's used to the cold climate. And when you mix them both, you end up with a lager yeast. And the lager yeast, as you all know, is able to ferment at lower temperature. So this is an example of hybridization that happened naturally in the wild. So how does hybridization happen? If you look under a microscope and you put, remember you want two yeast, one that has something that you like and the other one with another characteristic, and you want them to mate to create a hybrid, a superior hybrid. So you put them in front of each other, and what happens is they will mate. So that's the sexual reproduction. It's called schmooing, which is super fun to say. So they schmoo, they fuse, and then they create a hybrid yeast. So what's really interesting with hybridization is that it's a natural way of creating superior yeast, which you can also do by using genetic modification. Now, genetic modification is not approved in a lot of countries. It still has a while to go. And currently, we have one genetically modified yeast that we sell in the USA. That's the only country where we sell it. So in order to be able to offer those superior yeast to the rest of the world, hybridization is a real solution for that. And just to show you an example, genetic engineering or genetic modification is a very easy way to get to where you want to go. Hybridization takes a lot longer to get there. So if you were, so puff means phenolic off flavor. So sometimes you don't want that phenolic off flavor in your yeast. So how do you remove this from your yeast? With genetic engineering, it's very easy. You're going to go and get that DNA, that piece of DNA that produced the phenol out. If you want to do it naturally by hybridization, you're going to have to find, this is not, the pointer is not working. It's okay. You're going to have to find a yeast that has the, you're going to have to cross the yeast that has the phenolic of flavor with a yeast that doesn't have the phenolic of flavor, and hoping they will produce a yeast that doesn't have that phenolic of flavor. So sometimes it can take many, many attempts and hundreds of different yeast to look at, basically under the microscope. So a very slow process, a very fast process. These are examples of hybridization that you find in the wild. Those are real. You see, you can cross a lion with a tiger. On top there, you have the head of a lion, the body of a tiger. At the bottom, you have the head of a tiger and the body of a lion. And those do not happen in the wild because tiger and lion do not live in the same habitat. But that's a perfect example of hybridization if you didn't know what I was talking about. And of course, within the brewing world, you have other raw ingredients that have been hybridized of bread over the years, such as hops and malt. And the purpose is the same, is to produce ingredients that are superior or possess the characteristics that you really want. So hybrid yeast, within the portfolio, within the brewing yeast that we offer commercially, we look at four different lines of products, if you want. The hybrid yeast are, again, superior yeast that are designed to be very performant. Then you have the genetically engineered yeast that are only sold in the US. And then you have classical yeast, those that are naturally isolated either from the wild, so that's called bioselection, or from a culture collection, or even from a brewery itself. So the hybrid yeast are the one we are currently focusing the most on because they are, again, offering real solutions to brewers. So as an example, Lalbrew Farmhouse was a yeast that we launched recently. That was the first hybrid in our portfolio. So we know we wanted to work with a saison yeast. We wanted to keep the characteristic of the saison yeast, which is phenolic and peppery. What we didn't want is that diastatic activity that can cause issues in some breweries, especially if there are cross-contamination. This gene, when it's present in a yeast, it means it can use all of the sugars in the world. So it makes your beer really dry, but it means you have to wait until all the sugars have been used. Because if you package without the fermentation being finished, you're gonna risk having fermentation in the package and sometimes even exploding bottles. So how to remove this gene? We used the hybridization technique, and we took the diastatic gene out. It's called STA. But we kept all the characteristics of the saison. And also, we crossed with another yeast that doesn't produce sulfur. So it's a superior yeast because it doesn't produce sulfur, it doesn't have the diastaticus gene, and it's still able to produce all the good flavors that you want from a saison. So this is what I wanted to show you today. I invite you to come to the booth to talk to us about all the other yeasts that we have available in our portfolio. We have a Lallemand Brewing booth that we share with our distributor, Zytex. And we also offer education through the Sibyl Institute of Technology. If you want to talk about that, we are available. And then the last thing I'm going to leave you with is a yeast that we will launch in September at DrinkTech in Munich. It's a hybrid yeast as well. If you scan the QR code, you can register to get the information as soon as the yeast is released. And yes, so I invite you to come and talk to us. Thank you.
That was an amazing presentation. Moving on to our next topic of presentation, Prod's expertise in beer recovery from surplus yeast CIP systems and our new offerings. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to be welcoming on stage Mr. Ajinkya Kulkarni, Process Engineering Expert, Prod Industry Limited. You'll be using the podium mic or you want the hand mic? Hand mic.
Hello. So good evening everyone. So I am Ajinkya Kulkarni from Praj Industries. So I am giving presentation on the basically beer recovery from surplus yeast and CIP solution and whatever the new offering we are offering to the customer in the craft brewery section and industrial brewery section. So these are my three topics: beer recovery from surplus yeast, CIP system in beer industry, and new offering to the beer industry. So this is a basically Booker cross-flow filtration which handle the surplus yeast and that surplus yeast, from that surplus yeast we can recover the beer and use as a direct sale. So many breweries nowadays approximately draining 2% beer in the yeast. Whatever the yeast is recovered from the fermentation, that yeast is having a 2% beer. So that is presently drained to the ATP. And disposal of this yeast is very critical from BOD and COD point of view. So to recover that yeast, we have different membrane technology, and we have tie-up with Booker Filtrox, Booker Unipectin Filtrox. So this cross-flow filtration will help to recover the beer from this wastage basically. And every brewery nowadays is using making a dry yeast, which is used as a poultry, which is sent to the poultry, and which is having high protein basically. So this will reduce the ATP load. But while doing that process, whatever the liquid is generated, that liquid is sent to the ETP. So ETP will having a BOD and COD that will increase. So to avoid that, we can use this big beer recovery system, and from beer recovery system, whatever the beer is generated, we can use and dilute the beer, main beer, and the yeast will be sent to the dryer basically to dry the yeast. So there are presently 3 technologies: chamber press, whatever the hydraulic press is available, that with the help of hydraulic press, we can compress the yeast and we can separate the liquid and solid separation. And second will be separator. Separator is a centrifuge. From centrifuge, we can pass the yeast in centrifuge and we can concentrate that yeast, and whatever the liquid is there, that liquid will send to the gutter, and whatever the concentrated yeast is there, that will use as a for the process, for drying process. And third one is a CMF BR. CMF is a cross-flow membrane filtration. So with the help of that, we can recycle this beer and use as it is without compromising the quality of the beer. So these are the basic parameters which we have done the analysis with the chamber press, centrifugal separator, and cross-flow filtration. When we use the cross-flow filtration, our OG reduction, whatever the sales OG of the beer, that will not reduce because it is not diluting the beer. So in all the cases, it is not dilute the beer basically. Turbidity in the cross-flow filtration is a comparatively chamber press and centrifugal separator, it is a less if we see the parameter. And DO2 pickup, it is a definitely closed system, so oxygen pickup is also less in that case. And whatever the filtrate yeast is there, when we separate the yeast, so there are chances of the yeast will come with the beer. So that will also chances is less. It's up to 1 per ml only. And third is the autolysis protect. Whatever the breakdown due to yeast breakdown, whatever the yeast is breaking, that is absent in the cross-flow filtration. When we transfer the beer into, we are making beer from cross-flow filtration. And definitely protease activity is also not increased when we use the cross-flow filtration. So basically, these are the merits and of cross-flow filtration over the other filtrations. Definitely, it is depend on the yeast quality and its quantity, whatever the yeast type is using. So it may vary case to case basis. So basically, this is a cross-flow filtration. Whatever the traditional filtration is there, that is a flow, is a parallel to the what we can say young beer or input to the output flow. But in cross-flow, it is a crossly perpendicular to the main feed flow. So that is the main difference in this. And in the traditional way, we can decrease the flow rate when time is increased. But in dynamic cross flow, when time, with respect to time, the flow rate is constantly we are getting. Definitely, whenever there is a pressure drop, flow will decrease. But with respect to traditional, it is a less decrease of flow. So we will get a more throughput compared to traditional system. So basically, this is a yeast is sent to the yeast tank. There is a circulation method. So by doing the circulation, we will get the concentrated yeast, uniform yeast, and then it will transfer to the basically membrane-based filter. And in membrane-based filter, depend on the pressure transmitter and flow meter, whatever the beer is there, that filtrate is coming out, and it is again recirculated. And whenever there is a pressure difference is less, with the help of deaerated water, major quantity of deaerated water, with the help of control valve, we can add the deaerated water. So whatever the flow rate is there, that flow rate will increase, and that will improve the basically beer recovery from the yeast. And at the end, whatever the yeast is there, that concentrated yeast, that is we can send to the dryer basically. So this is a simple flow diagram. We have installed this beer yeast recovery from cross-flow filtration in one brewery in India. So CMF can recover beer loss from yeast as it is a high quality of beer. So we can use as it is and sell as it is. This recovery also reduces the effluent burden. Basically, I have discussed earlier. So whatever it's a beer and yeast is having a higher BOD and COD value. So if we recover this yeast and beer, then that will decrease the BOD and COD value of the ETP, and simultaneously it will reduce the BOD ETP load basically. So recovery of beer needs less energy. Whatever the traditional way we are making a beer, so whatever the consumption is required per HL or per kWh, in beer recovery system it is comparatively less if we do this beer recovery. and it will give maximum 90% yield. Again, it will depend on the generation of the yeast, which type of generation yield we are using for this cross filtration. It's a fifth generation, sixth generation. So depend on that regeneration, that depend on the yeast quality, type of the yeast. This efficiency may vary. So definitely it is a complete automatic process. So operator interference is very less. And depending on the size and whatever the production capacity, so payback time is vary from 1 year to 3 years. Whatever the beer, presently it is sent to the ETP only. So it is a wastage to the brewery. So what if we install this, then that wastage we can convert into money. So that's why payback period it is in the less than it is in between 1 to 3 years. And considering the various beer production unit, whatever the volumes are there, it may calculate detail, and we can provide the detailed calculations. My second topic is a Praj offering hygienic CIP system. So basically the importance, as everyone knows, importance of CIP, because we are doing with the food and beverages industry. So CIP is very important to do this, to control the growth of microorganism, and it will improve the hygienic condition of the complete plant. So without dismantling of the equipment, piping, we can do the CIP. So these are the basically importance of the CIP which we are doing to the industry. Traditionally, people are doing two types of CIP system. One is a single pass system, that is a dumb CIP. So simple tank is there, pump is there. With the help of the that caustic preparation, we can do the CIP, and after the CIP, we can drain the caustic. And second is a 3-stage or 5-stage CIP with recirculation system. So all the old breweries having this either dumb CIP system or 3-stage or 5-stage system. But nowadays, whatever the Heineken, Carlsberg, UB, AB InBev has entered into the market, so the quality of the beer, quality of the CIP has improved. So now whatever the demerits are there mentioned in the CIP system, because we are using the same CIP for filter area, beer filter area, and beer non-filter area, unfiltered area basically. So same caustic we are using, same tank we are using. So there are contamination issues, CIP solution contamination issues are there. Then if some people are draining the caustic and again prepare the caustic. So if there is a shift change and first operator has done the CIP of unfiltered area, and now second shift operator want to do the CIP of the filter area, and operator has not communicated that, then unfiltered area CIP solution can be used for filtered area. So chances of mistakes are there. Occupancy of vessel is more due to unavailability of CIP system, because these are 3-stage and 5 stages of one CIP system. So I want to do the CIP of unitank, and simultaneously I want to do the CIP of BBT. So this will increase my occupancy of the unitank and BBT. Then frequent draining of caustic acid water, so more consumption is required. Impact on product quality definitely. More skilled manpower is required, as mentioned earlier. And due to frequent caustic and acid draining, it will increase the ETP load. Nowadays, ETP is a very challenging in the every brewery. So to reduce the ETP load, we can we are offering the system. So whatever Praj offers CIP system is a dedicatedly separate CIP for each section. Brewhouse CIP, which is catered for brewhouse kettle, reboiler and pipeline. Vote cooler CIP, that is a dedicated vote cooler CIP with automation. Cellar cold CIP for unfiltered area, that will be used for unitank, pre-filter buffer tank and yeast tank. Cellar cold CIP for filter area, for BBT, post buffer tank and DAW tank. Cellar hot CIP for unfiltered area, that is unfiltered area pipeline. And CIP, cellar CIP, hot CIP for filter area. So that will be used for filter area pipeline. So the above system is designed accordingly to the requirement of the respective area. So product pipeline size, whatever the CIP is there, generally it is with respect to velocity. So we can design optimum design we can do for filter area CIP and unfiltered area CIP. So CIP flow rate, definitely my filtration is for example 200 HL per hour. So my CIP flow rate should be 300 HL per hour. But whereas young beer, my bright beer, when I'm doing dilution, then that flow rate will go to the 300 HL per hour. In that case, my CIP flow rate is also increased. CIPs. So as per the CIP flow rate, we can design this above system, and we will maintain this velocity basically. This velocity will create a turbulence during the CIP, which will give better efficiency of the cleaning. So these, if we do the dedicated CIP system in each area, that will improve the quality of the beer basically, quality of the CIP solution, which we can reuse every time, and we can top up as per the concentration requirement. So what are the advantage of the CIP system? No CIP solution contamination, as a separate tank and loop is used to avoid contamination. Chances of mistakes are nil due to a separate loop. Occupancy of the vessel is less, as there are separate CIP loops. So today I can do BBT CIP and unit tank CIP simultaneously. Less consumption of caustic acid water, as we are using the same solution, as there is a filter area and unfiltered area CIP is there. So we can use the same solution with increasing the concentration of the CIP solution. Improve product quality, as a filter area and unfiltered CIP loops are different. Less skilled manpower is required, as the chances of mistakes are less, and added safety of employee due to very less exposure of chemical, because we have to not prepare the chemical solution frequently. These are the CIP solution. And my third topic is a Praj and Booker Denwall new offering. As you know, Praj and Booker is having a partnership for India, and Booker has a partnership. Booker Denwall is a joint venture, and with the help of this Booker Denwall, we can offer the system to the customers basically. So they have dedicated skid system of inline aeration and oxidation skid, manual and auto carbonation skid, cross flow filtration, water deaeration, auto dosing system, flash pasteurizer, and carbo blender. So we can offer this to the craft industry as well as industrial brewery. So these are the end of my presentation. So if you have any queries, you can connect to us at any time. We can resolve your we can give the solution to your problems, or whatever the you have any issue on the existing system. So that's it. Thank you.
Can we give him a big hand, please? Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, this is going to be the last session for the day, which is going to be a panel discussion again, and the topic being Brewing Techniques, Fruit and Sour Beers 101. The topic will feature brewers sharing insights on kettle soaring process, advantages and disadvantages of kettle soaring, managing lactic acid fermentation and customization sour beers with the addition of fruits, debating when to add the fruits during the brewing process, hot side versus the cold side, adding pasteurized fruit purees or concentrates versus adding in fresh fruits, pasteurization of fruits, purees to ensure no contamination in your beers. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to be welcoming our panel moderator for the session, Mr. Rohit Parwani, Head Brewer, the Beer Club. And our esteemed panelists for the panel discussion would be the following. It's my honor to be inviting on stage Mr. Gaurav Palkar, co-founder and head brewer, 2 Down Beers Co. Ms. Lynette J. Pyrus, head brewer, AB InBev, 7 Brewers. Mr. Umang Nair, master brewer, F Brewing Co. Last but not the least, Mr. Samir Patwardhan, head brewer, Kimaya Brewing Company. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last session for the day. Please give a big round of applause and invite our panelists and our moderator for the session.
We are expecting another panelist, George. George is right there. Everybody knows George.
Oh, yeah. He's got it.
Sorry, guys. It's so long to serve. Right, as it was mentioned, is the last panel of the evening, so we'll try and keep it short. We'll try and keep it a bit informal, a bit entertaining. Now, we're here to talk about what sour beer is, what challenges brewers usually face with sour beers and what customers expect from sour beers, as opposed to what brewers and other professionals can actually offer customers in terms of sour beers. On the panel, we've got people who have had a lot of experience making sours with fruits, with wild yeast, with bacteria as well. So I'll ask questions about general sour beers, and the panelists will take turns to describe their challenges, their experiences, particularly with the beers they have made. All right? Now, obviously, when you're serving a sour beer, the souring has to be intentional. You can't spoil a beer and then say that it's a sour beer and serve it to the customers. So the first question then obviously becomes, how do you plan what kind of sourness you need in your beer? How low of that sourness do you need? How high of that sourness do you need? We'll start with George. Just please offer your takes on whatever it is. A question about when you're fabricating a recipe, when you're formulating a recipe, how do you know what kind of sourness levels do you need? Do you actually do some trials? Do you have some calculations in mind for beginning brewers? Is there anything you can use?
So I feel that typically when you're trying to get the level of sourness, it's really only the pH that you could use to sort of get an idea of what you're trying to achieve. 3.3, 3.2, 3.1 really depends on what you want. People like us, we tend to go as sour as possible. But I use the pH itself to sort of figure where I want to stop my souring.
Yeah, so I agree with him. So basically, sour beers are very complex. Unfortunately, we don't use a lot of bread in our beers because there's a problem of contamination, cross-contamination. So we kettle sour most of our beers, and when we kettle sour it, there's a one-dimensional sourness that you get versus a Brettanomyces. So I basically go down to around 3.6, not because I like a 3.6 pH. It just fits with the general masses. It kind of helps in more consumption because it's again a new product that's coming into the market. So 3.6 to 3.7 pH is what I look at in my beers.
Yeah, I agree to what both of them have said, but I'd like to add that lower pH shouldn't always necessarily mean that a beer is more sour. So I will also give more importance to how the wort is tasting at that moment. So if I feel that the pH is a bit high but the sourness is feeling all right, I would probably stop at that point. So.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with everyone else on pH. I like to control my pH as well. The only thing I'd probably add is just if I am doing a fruit infusion, like if it's a fruit-infused sour, I would think about the fruit that I'm going to be using and also maybe decide what my final pH needs to be. So if I want to, like if it's going to be a fruit that has a lot of sugar in general, then I wouldn't be too afraid to take my pH a little to like maybe 3.3, 3.5. But if it's already going to be a slightly tart fruit that I'm going to work with, I would keep my pH maybe about 3.6, 3.7 and stop it there.
I agree with everyone here. I usually try to get my pH down between 3.2, 3.4 because as George said, sour beers are a new product, so I want a really tart beer. And as Lynette also said, it really depends on the fruit that we're using. If it's a sweeter fruit, the sourness works well to add a little bit of complexity. But I've found that 3.2 to 3.5 is my ideal pH for the beers.
Right, so now that we've established that the sourness comes from a lower pH, a lot of facts were alluded over here. Umang spoke about what kind of technique you use to sour. Lynette spoke about what kind of fruits you can use to sour. So we'll hit those topics one by one. First of all, the techniques used to sour. Is it, like Umang said, is it one-dimensional technique you use, or do you want to use something else where you can get some additional complex flavors? And the first thing when you say sour beer that comes to mind is, okay, lambics. But lambics are not realistic beers. You can't control fermentations in that. You can't really do it in a microbrewery over here. So we'll ask the panelists what techniques they've used, just in brief, to make different kinds of sour beers. Anybody wants to start can start. Okay.
So I think most of us have done kettle souring. So kettle souring is when, so one of the important parts is when we use, so a primary thing is using lactic acid as our sourness factor, right? So we kettle sour it, and that's also a very tedious way to do it because most of the microbreweries are, so we need to, inoculate and then close it and put a CO2 blanket on it so that there's nothing else coming out from outside. And then every 12 hours check the pH and see where it drops to. As everyone mentioned about pH, which is 3.5, 3.4, the problem is like from 3.8 to 3.7 is a major difference. 3.7 to 3.6 is again is logarithmic. Right. So you get a lot more sourness till you get to 3.2. So I use kettle souring, and I don't know about the rest of the panelists, but I think most of us use kettle souring itself.
Yeah, pretty much so.
Pretty much no other option.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more controlled when it's kettle souring for sure. Because when you're souring, you're kind of introducing something foreign. I mean, you're introducing bacteria, and you definitely want to make sure that you're not introducing something like an unwelcome visitor per se. So yeah, it's always fun. I mean, one thing which I personally like to do is to kind of make my own culture with just some yogurt. Have you guys done that before? I mean, as opposed to maybe using
Yakult.
Using a strain. Yakult works great. Yeah, Yakult is
We
great.
actually use my homemade dahi, so yeah, that's like a...
Yeah, same. I've done that one as well. I like to make a culture.
I think there's another, other than Yakult, I've also used grain, like crushed grain.
Just grain.
But then it just takes time for it to kind of grow. But that's interesting too.
I think the curd Yakult thing is sort of my favorite way to do it. None of us typically sour in, all of us do kettle souring, one, because we want to be very, very careful that you don't have cross-contamination in the brewery. You do not want one specific tank tied up for a sour forever because, cleaning it up after is like hell. I think pretty much everybody does do kettle souring. My favorite is a combination of curd and Yakult. The complexity that gives to the word, it gives it a sort of a lemony fruitiness, is what I feel. And that's my go-to when I try and do a sour. I just love using Yakult and curd. I typically go like, a 1 liter batch, I'll go 2 kilos of curd and about 15 little bottles of Yakult. And that does the trick. In about 24 hours, you're down to about 3.3. It does the trick. It's beautiful. And then chuck it into a fermenter. Use my favorite strain of yeast to finish the fermentation off, and boom, you're done.
So we actually did a black Berliner once. So like Umang said, kettle souring usually gives a one-dimensional sour flavor. So we use some roasted barley in it, so that acidic character of that roasted barley really brought out more complexity in the beer. So yeah.
We end up preferring using salt. Salt and a little bit of chili with a sour just works beautifully. Yeah.
Right. So to that end now.
I have a quick one for Sam. That kokum one that you'd done.
Yeah.
Talk about that, bro. That was amazing.
So we made a kokum sour, but that was not made with Yakult or one. That was a sour. So we actually ended up barrel aging it, and it was a gozer. And it was wild. It was very sour. I think the pH dropped down to under 3. But it turned out very complex and really, really sour.
I had a few bottles brought back today. Right, so let me just say if anyone has a question during any point of the discussion, please feel to raise your hand and we'll ask those questions as the discussion is happening. Hey, give him mic there.
Can I just take a mic? Okay. 1 second, sir.
I was going to.
Yeah. So I know most of you have failed first time souring the beers. So how many takes did it take you to get the best batch?
Who told you we failed?
But we need very honest answers to this question.
Yeah. This is a true question.
That's why I asked for the mic. We did not fail on our first try.
Okay, everybody
so
knows
I'm not
George
sure
is
who you're talking about, but I certainly didn't fail on my first try.
I think, yeah, failure was not an option when you're brewing like 300, 400, 500,000 liters, yeah. But there were mistakes made. For example, yeah. So I expected my pH to go down to around 3.6, went down to 3.5, 3.4. So then I had to play around with fruits to kind of balance it out. So as Rohit was saying about talking about complexities, so we made a gooseberry sour. So gooseberry itself is quite tart. So adding that to like a sour beer it was quite interesting.
I would also just add maybe time, like you would expect it to be done maybe in 24 hours, but sometimes it might take 30, it might take 36, and that can be unexpected at times, especially when you're planning your whole brew and your knockout around it.
So one more thing. So what is the best fruit you have worked with and the least favorite one?
Best fruit you've worked with and your least favorite one, in terms of character.
Yeah. For a sour beer or in general?
Sour beer specifically.
For me, it would be kokum. Kokum is my favorite to work with. Least favorite to work with, just the flavor profile is amazing for mangoes. It works really well. I do not like working with mangoes. I do not like working with mangoes.
Why though? Why?
Do you want to work with mangoes?
I don't mind.
You see?
But no, is it because the fruit is difficult to process? Is it because the flavor profile is difficult to judge?
It's a very fibrous fruit, lot of fermentable sugar, and the flavor profile does not always carry through into the finished product. It might taste amazing during fermentation, at the start of fermentation, but your end product might be a lot different from what you started with.
I think this is one of the things that brewers who are starting out have to keep in mind, that it's easier said than done. You want to make a mango beer, you just make a mango beer, but getting this kind of insight will actually go a long way in when you're actually making the beer and predicting what kind of flavor profile you're getting from it. Sorry.
No, that's very true. Especially like just adding on to the what Samir was saying about mangoes. It's a very different, you don't know what kind of sugars you're really working with, especially if you're going to ferment out that sugar. The flavor profile is going to sort of evolve and change, over time, and maybe that's what he was alluding to as well, which I agree. But I would like to answer the favorite as well. For me, it was really fun working with jamun, because it's a very interesting. I think it was very challenging working with that fruit. It's very astringent. It's got that slight dryness, and then I'm pairing it with a sour style. But overall, I was very happy with what we were able to put out. It was very interesting and very complex, and I guess I like the complexity part of that fruit more.
I'd just like to add that whenever you are picking any fruit, it should be high on flavor intensity. For example, jamun or something like a pineapple works really well. We've done 2 beers with pineapple so far. But let's say if you're doing something with strawberry, you need copious amounts of strawberries just to impart that strawberry flavor in the beer. So
I think strawberry is a very difficult fruit to work with. No, isn't it?
For those who don't know what the joke is, George's nickname is Strawberry in brewing circles, which is why they are laughing.
So in terms of fruits, I love the melon family, which is like a cucumber, your muskmelon, watermelon. So they give a it's not super, in your face, and it gives a nice balance to your sour beers as well.
Anything to add, George? Favorite fruit to work with?
Okay. My favorite fruit that I like to add in my sours are raspberries. I just love that sweet and sour character that comes out of them, and I just tend to love the color pink.
All right. So,
sorry. Like Sam was saying, I hate mangoes. I can't stand them. It's a nuisance to use the damn things. They're messy. They're sticky. And the problem is that when you're peeling mangoes to put them in the brew, you wind up eating more than you put into the beer.
That's not true of all brewers. Okay, so we figured out that you need the pH to go low. You can use fruits to complement your sourness. The other question is, without naming names, what kind of yeast profiles are you looking for when you're picking your yeast to ferment a particular sour beer? Is there a specific strain you go for? Is there a specific kind of flavor profile you're looking? Or is it just a very neutral yeast where you want just sugar converted to alcohol?
Yeah, for me, it's just something which is neutral in taste. You want the sourness and maybe the fruit addition to do the talking, and not the yeast.
Sorry, just add to this, what kind of alcohol levels you would prefer personally for your sour beer?
Lower, at around 4% to 5%.
Yeah, I mean, I like to brew my sours, keeping it low as well. We have a very, very sessionable salted lime goza, which is just 3.5%, which is super, super crushable. Like it's what I like to say, the perfect day drinking beer as well. Yeah, 3.5%. And I like to use a very simple, sort of low attenuating strain, maybe a nice low attenuating ale strain. Neutral, yeah, neutral.
So I personally prefer a very alcoholic sour. I need a strong sour to really make it work. But because of the low pH, it needs to be a hardy strain of yeast. And I honestly prefer making a starter because the low pH does play an impact in the final gravity. But the ideal sours that we put out are somewhere between 6 and 7.
So I like I was saying earlier, I prefer the whole flavor profile that comes through from the curd and the Yakult blend. That just gives that initial character that I want from my sours. If I'm doing a fruit addition, I typically try and sort of figure that lemony curd Yakult character to sort of work with the fruits that I use, so I don't use fruits that would not really balance with that. So once I've done my souring, I have, like I mentioned earlier, a favorite strain of yeast that I typically use for most of my stuff. And that thing just does everything I want. And it's clean, it's a very neutral strain. It's, ferments out every little sugar that you want. Rohit's in on the inside joke, so that's why he's smiling. But yeah, that's about it.
Umang?
So frankly, I've just used neutral strains, and I would love to use your saisons, saison strains, which will probably give another character to the sour itself. Alcohol, low alcohol, 4.2, 4.3%. I think a lot of these, the yeast companies, they've come up with interesting pitches. So just started using them. Let's see how that goes. So I'm not moving to yeast as such, more than trying to experiment with different pH levels. So it's, let's see, 3.8, and then work with 3.8, then go to 3.7, 3.7, and then move on to, but I would love to try a saison yeast though.
Right, again, if anyone has questions, please feel free to ask while it's going on. Suraj, from what?
Hi. So I have one question. In making sour beers, it's for Gose or Berliner Weiss, it's easy. We expect a lactic acid from that. But in case we want to brew a American wild or wild sours, I think expected flavor profile will be funky flavors or earthy, woody, like that. But in that case, how will we know that that profile is coming from that added culture of bacteria, or it's actually spoiled? You got it?
I got your question. Let me add on to that question as well. As brewers, you know what you're expecting, right? But in this situation, it's easy to differentiate with what you're getting from the yeast you're pitching or the mixed culture you're pitching. And is it easily differentiable from other infections, right? That's, I think, your question, Suraj. Okay. Follow-up to that also will be, as brewers, you know what you're giving the customers. But as customers, how do they know the beer they are tasting, which is sour intentionally, or it's gone bad and somebody is selling them under a sour beer guise? So two different questions. Just please take on both of them as you please. Anybody?
All right. So thanks for the question, Suraj. I think you got the entire panelists just took a pause there for a minute. So for your first question, I mean, whenever you're working with, this is just my personal take, when you're working with wild bacteria, I think the nicest way to say it is like you don't really know what to expect. You have to leave it up to the bacteria gods and pray. But I think that's the whole beauty of that kind of style when working with wild bacteria. When you're essentially just leaving it to the air around you, right? When it's, since you mentioned like Goza and Berliner Weiss, these are the styles that I think most of us brew more commonly, and that's a lot more controlled, and it's, like they said earlier, it's like one-dimensional. We know what to expect, and we also know what not to expect. So the not to expect, especially for a trained sensory, I mean, it's very easy to pick up those notes. And so as soon as you pick it up, and if you know it's not meant to be there, we have to take that hard call and definitely drain that batch, because we definitely don't want to give any customer a bad experience. So if it's not intentional, like if it's not like a lactic acid sort of profile that we're going for, and you know you can taste Acetobacter contamination, then of course you're not going to put that out as a style that it was meant to be. So yeah, that was my take.
Leonard, if you could elaborate on what kind of perception the Acetobacter has when it.
So Acetobacter is a contamination which essentially will allude to a more acetic acid. So you'll get a very vinegar-like sort of profile. So I mean, the easiest way is like vinegar. You don't want that there if it's not meant to be there. There are some styles where it is, definitely appreciated, like maybe a Flanders, where you would expect that, but not in your Berliner Weiss. Yeah.
So Acetobacter is very sharp. Like you know that there's something off. Like just trust your nose. Even the customer will understand. Kuch to gadbad hai isme. Like they know what is happening, right? So lacto is slightly more, calmer. It's smooth. So there is a difference between both the profiles. Adding to that, we are still at a very nascent stage for sour beers. So experimenting with your wild yeast or your Brett or wild bacteria is a risk that, as of now, I don't think anyone will take. Because if something goes wrong, the entire brewery is gone. So if anyone's planning to make something of that sort, please keep your sanitizer, like that particular tank just for that, your hoses separate, your gloves separate, your t-shirt, everything to be separate, so that just minimal risk, so that the entire brewery doesn't get contaminated. No clothes.
Anybody else?
So just to add on, sour beers, at least in Maharashtra, are a new thing. There's a long way to go to get people to appreciate a sour beer. So for us, we have to educate them and get them to appreciate a good sour beer, because in our weather, sour beers are truly crushable. And the second thing is, trust your nose. If there is pellicle matter or something like that in your Berliner Weiss, drain it. It's a hard call, but you have to save the brewery.
So I quite like the question Suraj brought up about trying to use like a wild strain, because like we were just talking about earlier. If you're trying to sort of pick up like a wild yeast that you want to use, it's a bit of a trial and error thing. So again, it goes back to the failure that was mentioned earlier, but it's worth trying. In saying that, I have never done this in the brewery because I don't want to take the risk of infecting one of my tanks or infecting all my tanks. But we have done it on a smaller batch. We can't say homebrew. Smaller batch using like a grain father or something like that. And it's just a matter of getting some nice, low gravity wort, putting it out in like an orchard perhaps. We've done a couple of strains. We've done a couple of cultures that we've picked up from a gooseberry orchard down south, which have really worked well in a very. We've not done anything. So there was just an experiment that we did, and we just put this culture out. We managed to pick up some wild yeast. We don't know what it was. Chucked it into a little bit of wort at about 1036 gravity.
fermented it out and drank it, it was actually really, really nice. We didn't add anything to it, just fermented the damn thing with this wild yeast, and it was tangy, it was super fresh. It was a very refreshing beer at about 3.5%. So I would like to see more people sort of playing around with stuff like that. Obviously not in larger breweries. Maybe we all get together and do something like this on a smaller scale and have some fun with that and see what happens.
Gaurav, anything to add? Same stuff?
I think everyone has covered.
Okay. Any other questions regarding process? Anything else? Okay. So now you spoke about sour beers being a very nascent thing, quite niche at the moment. That said, what kind of response have you received from customers, both from people who have actually come for the sour beers or the layman? You don't associate sour with beer generally. You associate bitter with beer. So the layperson, when they come and try a sour beer, anything that stands out in their feedback, do they like it, do they not like it? What is your sense about how the trend is growing or not growing in India?
Okay, so last year we did a goza, but it wasn't your usual goza, so we substituted the salt and coriander with chaat masala. So it was sour, and the tartness also came from the chaat masala. And we got mixed response. People loved it, and some people were like, "What are you giving us?" And like. So we did another, we used the same recipe for the next brew, and we added pineapple to it, and that beer just took off really well. So probably fruit addition just makes it more consumer friendly, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, just to like relate on that exact story, but so we have a salted lime goza, which is one of our regulars actually, and that's infused with Gonduraj lime zest and juice and Himalayan pink salt. Actually, we have I think it's our 4th top selling style, right after wheat, lager and kolsch, which was great, and it was such a pleasant surprise for me, like as a brewer introducing it to the audience. Because like Samir was saying, sours are quite new. And because everywhere else globally, sours have just taken off, right? This is like the sort of like, everyone's doing some really nice, funky sours everywhere else. But I definitely think sours have a place in India. I think it's only going to keep growing from here. And just to sort of relate, when we also did I just switched over the salted lime goza, our regular salted lime goza, I switched over to a pineapple goza just as like a summer release. And it sold out really fast. So yeah, I think people definitely like it when there's a relatable fruit in there, and it's got that little nice sweetness and that tartness. So that was great to see. But yeah.
Strawberry, anything to say?
Nothing to do with strawberries. No. I can't stand that fruit. That's why they call me that. So people are like, versus maybe 4, 5, 6 years ago, people weren't very open to doing sours. But what I've seen is that over the past couple, forget about COVID, let's including the COVID period, let's say about 3 years, a lot of people have been willing to experiment with the sour beers. We had done one some years ago. Krishna from Fermenters had actually helped me get this recipe right. And we barrel aged a sour with mixed berries. And that beer was mind-blowing. We sold that out. We'd done a 500-liter batch, if I'm not mistaken. And that thing was gone in like 2 weeks. So people are open to trying stuff. And people are open to trying something new, trying some new flavors and stuff like that. But unfortunately, that group of people, that segment of people is still a very minuscule number. And we are hoping, with Brewer World doing stuff like this and getting more people coming and seeing stuff, this might, get more of the people who aren't willing to try stuff, try new stuff.
Umang? Anything else to add? Nothing else. Okay, so what we have concluded from that is pineapple. Okay, any other questions regarding, yes. We'll come to you in 2 minutes. You mentioned him.
Hi, hello everyone. Well, my question actually goes towards you guys as the panelist. So just want to compare how the market has been when you guys started your career as a brewer or a founder and to the market where we are at the moment in terms of just sour beers. Like just want to understand the trend, how it was and how it has been so far. And where do you see this going within the market we're part of, which is obviously India? Yeah, just want to get your take on that.
So following up on the last question, when we started, sour beers were not a thing.
Fair.
Like no one would want a sour beer because everyone suspected that we are selling bad beer under the name of a sour beer.
Right.
But in the last couple of years, what we've seen is there is definitely a market for it. People are more open to experimentation and it's growing. As Lynette had said, globally, sour beers are a factor. And I think we're catching on to the trend and now there are good sours out in the market. So I see it expanding very rapidly in the next 5 to 10 years.
I personally feel it's too early to say that there's any trend for sour beers, but like I mentioned, if you do fruit additions, I think it becomes more friendly to the customer.
For catchy topic, okay.
Yes, we get it. Pineapple. Let's move on. Anybody else want to add to that?
So interestingly, like adding to these guys, I think kokum, like using a local ingredient like that kind of helps in pushing, for people to try it because they relate to it, right? So anything local and we add it to a sour is, we're not talking about pineapples here, just like general local fruits or spices, that'll push the boundaries for sour beers. There was, I think just pre-COVID, we all had done like sour beers in March and then COVID hit. So we all had done it just to make sure that, everyone knows it. They go to any brewery, there will be a sour beer. So the trend kind of picks up there, but then due to the pandemic and all, we stopped that. So we probably might do that again. Who knows? Yeah.
Right, you mentioned spices, Umang. Now, have you guys had experience with different types of spices you've used? Which one works well? Which one doesn't work well? Any light to shed on that for people who are thinking of making sour, specifically for sours? Yes. Or is there no specific thing? It's just a trial and error thing?
So most of the spices, like for sour beers, I think fruits work really, really well. And if
pineapple.
Yeah, peppercorns. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
So spices just give you that extra zing, but fruits bring in like a balance from your sour and sweetness, like
right.
lemonade.
Okay.
So it's more, you can consume it more.
Okay. Krishna, you had a question? You hear the laughter, right?
Really interesting talk, guys. Thank you so much for sharing your secrets. Now, sorry? Tell them, but like, really interesting talk about addition of fruits and spices. Where in the process, especially during, do you all feel if added, it actually brings about the best kick, zing, or any of those characters?
Who wants to take this?
Thank you.
So again, depending on the kind of fruit. So if we're doing like a sweeter fruit, what we typically tend to do is sort of drop the pH a lot lower, try and get a lot more sour, so that that sweet fruit, the sweetness sort of balances out the sourness. If we're doing something like a raspberry, my favorite, we tend to go slightly higher on the pH, so it's not as sour because the raspberry is going to add a lot more tartness to it as well. So I typically add all my fruit additions. Spice additions happen during my boil. Fruit additions are typically after fermentation. Pulp them, squeeze them out so that there's no fiber, nothing left over, and use that as just as an infusion in the tank itself. And that's how I go about it.
Yeah, pretty much similar for me. I mean, I don't think I'll ever add fruits in the boil because it gives that boiled fruity taste, which I don't think is that palatable. Plus, fruit also adds sugar to the wort so that, so there's a problem with the gravity that's there. Plus, it goes into the fermentation and again, a fermented fruit flavor, I don't know how that'll taste. So it'll always be in after fermentation is over. So
Yeah, I would also agree. Maybe just post fermentation and a post fermentation infusion is always probably the most ideal. But in some cases, sometimes if it's a decision you want to make with a particular brew, you can choose to ferment out those sugars as well. You know, somewhere mid like secondary fermentation of those sugars from that fruit.
I agree with everyone on the panel, but the only thing I would add is if you're adding fruit in secondary, make sure the fruit is pasteurized because you don't want anything else going in with the fruit. There are various methods to get the fruit pasteurized, and I think everyone has experience with that.
Yeah, so again, agree with everyone. So primarily, most of the fruits at least we put it in the BBT, like a cold side. Your spices and herbs are what I do in the boil.
Right.
I don't put that in the secondary, but then everything in the boil because that gives you some more flavor. And putting it in the BBT I have not found a lot of success in that. But yeah, fruits in general, all on the cold side. And as he said, pasteurization, very important. Otherwise, your sour will be sour.
Any other questions from the audience? Simple questions, complicated questions? Okay, so before we let you guys go, now I'm sure people here would want to try to make a sour beer either at home or for their respective companies. So if you guys could just give a basic recipe as a frame of reference that they could use. I know you get all this stuff on the internet, but then getting first-hand recipes from you guys, not necessarily recipes, but general procedures to follow in a concise way so that they can go back and maybe work on it, maybe not.
If you're making a sour beer, the key thing to remember is do not add the hops. Hops and lactobacillus do not work together well. So make sure you are at like less than 5 IBUs. Add the hops very sparingly. Quick kettle sour, my favorite recipe, all 100% Pilsner, quick sour with Yakult or curd, and a fruit addition after you make sure that the fruit has been pasteurized. Quick, easy to do, and usually out in like 14 days.
I'm going the other way from you. So what I would suggest is like a 50-50 Pilsner wheat. Get some hops, get like a Citra or a Mosaic or something. Keep it out for about 3 months. Let it get all stinky and yellow. And chuck that in after you've used Yakult and curd to sour your beer. And when you're doing a final boil, chuck that hops in there for about 10 to 12 IBUs. Ferment it out. Also during the boil, also maybe use like a orange zest or a lemon zest. What's that other fruit called? Mosambi. Mosambi zest is really good. Chuck that stuff into the boil. Be generous. And ferment it out 14 days. Beautiful.
I would just, I agree with George with the Pilsner wheat. That's the way I like to go as well. I would, for people who are probably trying out sours for the first time, if you're not sure about culture, yogurt or Yakult, there are also some great options that are available now, actually, which probably we didn't have a couple of years ago, if I think back, from some of our yeast manufacturers. So those are also some great things to try out. They have like some small packs, I'm sure, that they would be happy to help you guys try. But because it's a pure strain, it's a lot more controlled. And if you're trying it out for the first time and you don't know what to expect, they'll help control what to expect. So yeah, to sort of control your sour, there are definitely options available now to try other than yogurt and Yakult.
yeah, pretty much similar to what others have suggested. I would do a 50-50 or a 60-40 Pilsner wheat, mash it out, boil it for around 5 minutes, and then cool it down to around 35-40, add the lactose strain, again boil it once it's soured, add the hops, and then do the fruit addition, pineapple especially.
Just a simple recipe under for me is like 4.2%. As Gaurav said, you have to drop it down to around 39-40 degrees to inoculate as well. And depending on the strain that you're using, it takes around 24 to 48 hours. So make sure when you close your brew house, there are no leakages happening, and try and keep it away from the atmosphere as much as you can. You don't want anything from outside coming in and messing up your process. So yeah, after that, around 10 to 12, like I think the range is from 5 to 12, 13 IBU. That's what I think is a good range to kind of look at. And yeah, and then it's a normal process. Then it's very simple. Just add your hops, boil it, add a simple neutral yeast so that you understand what kind of flavors are coming out. And once you're used to those strains, then jump up to your saisons and your wheat beers or something of that sort. Yeah.
Any last questions from anyone? Right, so let's bring this session to a close then. Now, as they all said, there is no one right way to make the beer. As long as your souring is intentional, feel free to experiment, feel free to ask questions of people who have actually had more experience than you. We've got wonderful brewers here. We've got representatives from Fermentis and Lallemand as well, who'll be more than happy to clarify what kind of sourness levels you can expect from the yeast that they offer. Brewers will give you insight on their experiences. So feel free to experiment. Don't restrict yourselves to just one particular procedure. That said, we'd also like to thank Brewer World. Like George said, they provide a forum where we can come and discuss these kind of things. So hopefully we'll have a lot more in the future as well. For now, okay, yes, yeah, okay. For now though, thank you everybody for attending and all the questions. Thank you panelists for providing such wonderful insight to everybody who may or may not have needed it. But anyway, thank you very much. We'll see you guys around.
Well, I must say that this panel discussion did end on a absolute top note. Until now it was all formal, but they definitely came on stage, and that is when we got a gist of, a beer vibe. Yeah, so big round of applause to the panelists, and let's also give it up to our moderator, Mr. Rohit Parwani, for seamlessly moderating this session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the end of a successful day one, and tomorrow being the day two, we will be having panel discussions, technical presentations, workshops from the biggest national and international players and personalities in the brewing industry, and will serve as an education and knowledge hub which addresses several topics that include challenges, opportunities, technologies, and more through keynotes, dedicated workshops, technical seminars, and coming to the most exhilarating part of tomorrow, we would be having the award ceremony in the second half, and we want all of you to come back to us with lots and lots of energy, and we'll have a blast tomorrow. I'm sure you all have had a look around the exhibition. We have our pouring partners for the day, so please do make sure you grab your beers from Geist, Copter 7, and Beer 360. So grab some fresh beers and have a great evening until we see you tomorrow. Really looking forward to meet each and one of you tomorrow. Until we meet next time, this is MC Nadia signing off. Thank you.